Hello and welcome to Legal Bites. If you're new here, my name is Alita. I'm a lawyer licensed in California and DC, and on this channel, we explain the law one bite at a time. We don't give legal advice, but we do talk about how the law works and try to look into our crystal ball to see how things might turn out. If you're enjoying this on YouTube, we'd love it if you could like the video, subscribe to the channel, share it with friends, all the great YouTube-y stuff. And if you want to listen while out and about, we're now offering our live streams in podcast form where you can leave a rating and review. Links are in the description below, as well as to our clips channel where you can find some of the best clips taken from our live streams. Otherwise, if you want to catch me elsewhere, you can find me on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook. And if you want to support the channel, you can do so on Locals, Patreon, or by becoming a YouTube member, or by buying some really awesome Legal Bites merch. Again, all links are in the description below. And with that said, let's get into it. All right. I forgot to unmute myself for a second there. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are watching this from. I hope you're having a wonderful Wednesday. Happy hump day, everybody. We're halfway through the week. We're making our way through it. Yesterday, we had a very long day with the final day with Darrell Brooks, Wisconsin versus Darrell Brooks. It was interesting, to say the least. So now we are waiting for a verdict in that case, which I think everyone anticipates that that's going to be a guilty verdict. It's just a matter of, I guess, how guilty, or more about how long that they're going to take to fill out the forms. So we're going to have some updates there. Indy is going to make some noise here and disrupt everything by going into the trash can. And we're going to talk about, of course, this chess drama. This is our deep dive Wednesday. We're kind of merging these two together. And so to help me talk about this, I have a chess aficionado and a legal aficionado with me. Of course, the wonderful, the one and only Kurt on Civil Law. How's it going, Kurt?
Hey, how are you doing, Alita?
Good. How are you?
It's been fun and exciting over in Darrell Brooks' world, and I'm happy to have something that resembles some sanity.
Yeah. Agreed. Yeah. It's kind of one of those cases where you walk away and you're like, is it changing me?
It's definitely brought out my worser angels. It's definitely brought out the more vindictive, visceral side of myself, where I'm going through my list of medieval punishments and trying to decide which one of them is the most appropriate.
Yeah. Especially after the prosecution's closing yesterday, where they used video footage of the incident and other video footage. Like, I don't know if I can listen to Jingle Bell Rock the same again. Because I think I literally said, like, I want to make sure that I hug my family members and my friends much closer this Christmas, right? Because of all of this, because of the experiences that these people had.
Yeah.
So, okay. Well, let me first say hi to some folks in the chat. I always love going through where people are coming in from. So Carrie Ann, bonjour from Ontario. I'm sorry. My French accent is terrible, but hi, good to see you. Annalie Finch, hi from Virginia. Jaime Jaramillo, hello from Colombia. Buenos dias. Dirk Schwartz, good afternoon from Germany. Alita and chat. Leonard and former national chess arbiter here. Ooh, okay. We've got some folks in the chat that really know what they're talking about. So I'm a little bit intimidated to be talking about this because I know chess. Like I was in chess club when I was in school, but I've never been anything close to anything professional. And I haven't been following it myself. So, but yeah. Mary M, hello from Munich. We've got Diane Liverman from Virginia. Just Because from Fort Pierce, Florida. Genergy from Sicklerville, New Jersey. Bronwyn W from Utah. Hezo One from Alberta, Canada. Jessica from New Jersey as well. Yeva Cha from, or Yeva Cha. Sorry, this is Polish. Greetings from Poland. And then Jennifer Starks from Oklahoma. The Great Green, Archlesseizure from the UK. Love it. Oh my gosh. And there are more. I always try saving them during the intro. And then there's always more, of course. So I'm just going to pick out a few of these here at random. Michael Johans, one hi from Norway. Hey, we've got Amanda Wheaton from Tokyo. Savannah from Australia. We've got folks all around the world. I love it. I love seeing this. I love seeing this. So yeah, we've got some more in Australia as well as whale. Well, okay. It's been a while since I've been to Texas. So, but speaking of Texas, howdy. So okay, anyway, all right, let's get back to it. Thanks so much, guys, for giving all of your shout outs in the chat. I love to see it. So first off, let's kind of get caught up with Darrell Brooks, everything that happened kind of since the closing yesterday, right? So because I basically shut things down after jury went into deliberations, everyone was kind of talking about like, how long is it going to take them to convict him? But they ended up,
I already lost my bet.
Yeah. I mean, same. I always feel like it's going to be so fast. And when it doesn't, I mean, of course, there's the like legitimate reasons. When you have 76 counts, they have to go through the verdict forms, and we really want them to go through the verdict forms. But we did see also here that there were. So this is tweets from Chanley Shaw Painter. She's a journalist with Court TV. She's been in the courtroom there. So there have been several questions that they asked. So the first question was they wanted 3 exhibits: map of the parade route, photo of Erica Patterson, video of the dancing grannies struck by the SUV. So I mean, all of that is not good for the defendant, in my opinion. But it looks like they actually want to talk through things and make sure that everybody is on the same page here, rather than just saying, okay, so we're just convicting, right? Which is good. Like, this is what we want them to do. We do want them to talk about it and then ultimately come to a proper conclusion. Then, okay, so then there's also an update from Chanley. It says exhibit number 55 was played twice and now jurors want to watch it at reduced speed. This video shows red SUV, headlights on, barreling through the middle of the Milwaukee dancing grannies. One granny is up on the hood for several yards. It's very difficult video to watch. Oh God. Okay. And then she's got a pizza that she posts. Juror question number 2. They request exhibits 3 and 4, surveillance videos from the White Rock Elementary.
Yeah. We saw those exhibits played.
Yeah.
They didn't show the other the exhibits because they haven't been showing the gruesome exhibits, but they showed the surveillance footage of the White Rock for whatever value it had.
Yeah. Okay. And then they have juror question number 3 was basically where they were indicating that they wanted to break for the day. So no verdict tonight. So that was about an hour after the previous questions. And so, I mean, that's entirely fair. This, I would anticipate this maybe a couple more hours, perhaps, if they want to go through everything again, and then fill out the forms and whatnot. But I don't see there being a case for any acquittal.
No,
none at all.
He's very, very, very guilty.
Yeah.
I don't need any deliberation. I'm good.
Yeah, I think you and pretty much everybody else that has watched this trial, that has been tracking it to really any degree.
Also, just strictly speaking, he keeps saying he doesn't contest the facts. He says it every day.
Yeah.
When he comes in during his little spiel about how he's not really Darrell Brooks, he's the third party representative, blah, blah, blah. One of the things he says is he doesn't dispute the facts. Well, since I, as a juror, my role is to determine the facts. If he doesn't dispute the facts, that makes it really easy, Alita.
It's true. It's absolutely true. If he's not going to dispute the facts are pretty overwhelming against him. He's really sunk everything in this sovereign citizen argument. And it's not something that the jury is going to use to acquit him.
Can I talk a little bit about this morning? Because it's actually kind of mildly interesting.
Yes.
So this morning, okay, so there's this Reddit post thing where someone on Reddit made a post about saying that they were a juror and, breaking their curfew and stuff. And then that person edited the post while the jury was in sequestration, which would be really hard because the jury doesn't have any electronic devices.
Yeah.
So that's like kind of pretty good evidence it wasn't a juror because, they edited it and the jury couldn't. So, yeah. But this morning, what was actually mildly interesting about it was Darrell Brooks made this motion for mistrial and dismissing the jury. And he was proving his competence because during his explanation, he was actually citing case law with citations and numbers and stuff. And
Yeah.
he was highlighting language that, if taken at face value, would actually support his argument. Now, he's wrong for every possible reason, but he's competent, guys. I mean, he's citing case law, and he's citing a sentence or a part of a sentence from a U.S. Supreme Court case saying things like, the perception of the integrity of the jury must be maintained. And it's like, well, this goes to the perception of integrity. Like, I mean, he's making an argument that's actually based on language. And I'm like, damn, he apparently does understand this stuff. He's citing language, he's citing cases, he's giving citations, he's quoting particular language, he's using that particular language to develop a legal argument.
Yeah.
I'm like, okay, wow. So that's a lot.
Yeah. And I mean, and he's been doing a lot of that throughout, really. I mean,
Yeah.
every time that he's gone back and forth with the judge on Illinois v. Allen, and these other cases, even though he's not correct in what he's arguing, he's still making arguments that indicate a certain level of competence. So
Yeah.
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 So yeah, that's a excellent point right there, and I'm glad that you brought that up. Let me get a couple super chats here. Oh, Tim West, thanks so much for your super chats. Could both of you go over how you would have defended him? I would have basically made him look like a complete idiot. To say that he has diminished capacity, there's no way that he could have known what he was doing. There also could be, you can't make up an argument if there isn't an argument from the client. But if he says, for example, like I've seen these kinds of incidents where somebody drives into a mass of people, and if it's like an elderly person, for example, where they mistook the brake for the gas, there have been those kinds of situations. You could say if he had some sort of a capacity issue because of drugs or what have you, or something, alcohol, anything, any sort of mental defect in any form, I would maybe argue something along those lines to say that, like, he didn't, like, the mens rea wasn't there because,
Right.
he didn't actually intend any of this stuff. And, like, that's really the only thing that I can really think of. But even then, like, you're still going to be on the hook for a lot, because I mean, you're still operating a deadly vehicle, and so it wouldn't be a perfect defense, but it would at least be a way of reducing his charges.
Yeah, attacking the mental state element of the intentional murder is basically your only hope. But as you kind of point out, it doesn't really matter, because he could be acquitted of all 6 of the murders and still go to jail forever, because the amount of time he's facing is ridiculous.
Yeah,
So
it's over 700 years, right?
there's basically no scenario where he doesn't spend in jail for the rest of his life. But yeah, that's all you can really do is attack the mental state requirement that he was fleeing the police. He heard the sirens. He was attempting to flee, which, so you have to kind of concede that, because you need to concede something to try to get something. So yes, we were trying to flee and evade the police. In doing so, we accidentally found ourselves on the parade route. We were surrounded by the parade. And in our further attempts to flee, we were just attempting to flee, not attempting to kill.
Yeah.
And so that's basically all you've got. And then be like, how about you only sentence me to 300 years? And be like,
instead of 700.
Well, it says 700 years. So yeah, it's not going great over here. And also, like, he didn't have intent. Like, yeah, and as the prosecution's pointed out, and they even pointed this out in their own closing, like, if it's just been the one person or something, then maybe. But somewhere around the 6th person, which is a mile away, which at 30 miles an hour takes you a full minute of travel time. It's a little bit hard to argue that he wasn't. And as the prosecution pointed out, he was beeping his horn, which shows that his knowledge and awareness that people were there, and then continued to drive his car intentionally with that knowledge. So that's kind of intentional homicide. So
Yeah.
It's not going over it's not going great over here on defense land.
Yeah. Definitely agree with that. Lindsay Crest, thanks for your super chat, says Kentucky transactional attorney representing. Hey, awesome. Happy to have you here. And Alex F, thanks for your super chat, says to me, he's competent. A lot of it felt like intentional delay tactics. I would agree. I would definitely agree with that. Yeah. I mean, it's especially like right up to his closing argument. Cause it was clear. I mean, he even said, he's like, I don't have anything prepared. I'm just going to speak from the empty vacant space where my heart should be. And you know, he
says I had a heart. I actually said facts, not evidence.
Yeah, exactly. So yeah, no, I'm with you on that, Alex F. JFR Jen says, question, can you talk about intent? Has the prosecution proven it? If they haven't, does the jury have to acquit? If they haven't, the jury would need to acquit. Otherwise, it does look like a jury nullification situation. Because if there is overwhelming evidence, right, that shows it, that you know, it's that would be an indication that the jury is doing something different than following the rules of what they're supposed to be doing. But at the end of the day, the jury can decide whatever they want to decide. It's up to them, right?
Yeah, and as the prosecution pointed out quite correctly, intent can be proven out by words, acts, or deeds. So how do you know what someone intends to do? Well, like, we can't look into their mind. We never have been able to read someone's mind. So what do we do in the alternative? Well, we look to their words, acts, or deeds. How do we determine intent? Well, again, continuing to drive after hitting people, continuing to steer into people and swerve into people even after he hit them, not stopping, you know, shows his intent to continue on. It's like, yeah. So yes, they proved it. I'm good. Yeah. Conviction. You get a conviction. You get a conviction. Everyone gets a conviction. Yeah.
Yeah. I'm with you on that. Cause I mean, especially she in the closing, the attorney did a great job of when she said, you know, and then he kept going, and then he kept going, and then he kept going. She listed each person that he hit, and then he kept going, and then he kept going. But even before that, so like, you know, like maybe he could argue that the first person wasn't intentional because, you know, like you hit someone unintentionally, that can happen. Usually somebody stops as soon as that happens and, you know, gets out of the car, turns the keys off, right? And tries to like help the situation, or maybe they run away. I don't know. But like, at least they don't keep driving, right? So that's an indication. The fact that he kept going and going and going through 60 plus people, that's an indication right there of intent. But even before that, even with that first person, she showed photos of the barricades and with the people that were lined up there, that she was like, this is not something that a person would naturally think to drive through, right? Because the traffic is closed. There's cops around. There's how many cops tried to stop him along the way? So all of that is information that he willfully ignored to keep going and to keep hitting people, which I think proves plenty for intent.
Yeah. Some people in chat are asking about motive. Motive is not an element of the crime. You have to prove someone's intent, not their motive.
Yeah.
You have to prove that they did the thing purposefully, but you don't have to prove why.
Yeah, and I'll get back to the super chat in a sec, but yeah, the no motive that's not a problem, right? Because it's basically, think of it as the thought process is, you know that something is going to result in something and you choose to do it. That is intent. Knowing what the ultimate result is. You know, driving your car like at top speed, or not even top speed, but a speed that is above, you know, what should be when there is stuff on the road, anything on the road, and then there's a crowd of people there. You have to know that driving in a particular direction, you don't need to be a physicist, right, to know that driving in that direction is going to hit those people that are massed there together. So yeah, so you don't need to have a motive. You don't need to have like a reason to hate someone, to target them in order to have intent. I hope that kind of makes sense.
Yep.
Based 8, thanks so much for your super chat, says the jury has been deliberating for like 15 minutes now. What's taking them so long? I know. Well, they want to go through the evidence, which I think is a good thing because it shows that they are taking this very seriously. I think that, you know, even if I would be shocked if they don't convict him. I think everyone would be absolutely shocked if they don't convict him.
Yeah. And then
People were
the streets will take out care of it, and then I won't care.
I mean, you're not wrong, I think. But you know,
Maybe I won't investigate that murder particularly hard.
well, okay. But you know, one of the jurors was audibly sobbing. At least one of them was audibly sobbing at the end of the prosecutor's closing argument. So there's no way that he's going to
Yeah.
be acquitted. Um but
There
the
seems
fact
to
that
be some
they are
disputed
taking time to go through the evidence to review it together shows that they are giving the respect that is required of the court and is required of the victims, and that way they ensure that they're doing their job well.
Since seems to be some confusion in the chat, he is charged with murder. He's charged with 6 counts of intentional murder, and motive is not an element of murder. It's not a motive. It's not an element of, well, the only time motive is relevant is in hate crimes, because you have to show the motive is because of their race. So that's the only time motive is relevant in criminal justice, is as a enhancement for race-based hate crimes. Otherwise, motive is not an element in any criminal case, including murder. So yes, he's charged with murder. You just have to prove that he intended to do it. You don't have to prove why. And he intended to do it. I don't know why, nor do I have to care, nor do I want to care.
Yeah. Yeah. Stubbles 1986 says, looking great, Kurt. Keep up the hard work, sir. Awesome.
Thanks.
Love it. And thanks for the super chat. And Alex Martin says, check out yesterday's/today's Reddit post issue. Yeah, you touched on that earlier, right? That's what you were talking about before?
I did. We
Yeah.
talked about it this morning. Yep.
Which the judge addressed last night. And she basically, well, I think it was interesting to see that as soon as she addressed it in court and said there could be criminal charges that come from that, then all of a sudden it conveniently disappeared. So yeah. Jay for Jen says, thanks for explaining. Verdict watch is hard. Yeah, I mean it's a lot of sitting on your hands, right? So, but yeah, no problem. No problem. Okay, so I've got another screen watching for the stream of the court feed. So when that comes up, we'll pop back into it to see what's going on there. But in the meantime, let's talk about what's been happening with this chess scandal. I don't even want to call it drama because I feel like that cheapens what's happening here. But there's an all-out cheating scandal, and now it has resulted in a defamation lawsuit.
Mm-hmm.
So for those who are not familiar, who have not been following chess, it actually is a massive world. I mean, I don't want to offend anyone by calling it a game or a sport. I know that there's all kinds of delineations that people will make on that. But it really is, there are, I mean, how many millions of people that play chess every year, professionally, and I mean, obviously, just amateurs. But so for context here, okay, so the people that we're talking about, there is the plaintiff who has filed a defamation case. His name is Hans Niemann. He is a 19-year-old chess prodigy who says that he's self-taught. He has a coach, but he's basically self-taught. He goes to a fancy school in New York City, and he says that he basically has been living out of his suitcase, going from tournament to tournament, and has been funding his education through both his tournament plays and through teaching people how to play chess. And so he's been sort of rising through the ranks very quickly in his years of playing professionally. The other main figure here is Magnus Carlsen, who is currently the #1 chess reigning world champion and has been for a few years now.
Niemann is ranked 40th.
He's ranked 40th. Okay. So I mean, in terms of like percentage wise, he's like at the top as well, but he's not #1, right?
No.
And so Carlsen is in his 30s, I think. He's like 31, I think, according to my notes. And So just to give a little bit of an idea, apparently he's been trained by Garry Kasparov, who was the famous chess player who played against gosh, what was
Deep Blue.
the Deep Blue. Okay, I was like blue something. It was the AI, the first chess AI program, and it was this program that actually defeated him. And it was a really big story at the time. I mean, he also is famous as one of the prime Soviet defectors from the Soviet Union to the United States. So he's been very, very vocal in his thoughts over the years on all things having to do with the Soviet Union and Russia and all that kind of stuff. But so he trained both Magnus Carlsen and Hikaru Nakamura, who's another defendant in this case as well.
Who is number 1 in bullet chess, and I believe number 4 overall in the world. So Hikaru Nakamura is pretty freaking good.
And he has his own YouTube channel where he talks a lot about chess, which is also like he's got a ton of followers. I think he's got like over 1 million followers when I looked at it. Yeah. So, okay. So what happened was there was the wait, hang on. Let me pull up my notes again. The Sinkford, is that what it was? Sink something.
Oh yeah, I've given up trying to pronounce it. The one in Missouri, the chess tournament in Missouri. I just keep calling it.
Yes. Hang on.
The Sinquin Cup or whatever. Yeah.
Oh, I totally had it written in my notes. Okay. Okay. Anyway, I'll come across it at some point, but I know it's Sinque. So it's supposed to be Sink from what I've seen in videos and stuff. So anyway, yes. In St. Louis, Missouri, there was a big chess tournament where, I mean, these people are playing chess in multiple rounds, of course, just like any other kind of tournament for any other sport or any other game. And Hans Niemann went up against Magnus Carlsen. And as Kurt mentioned, Hans Niemann was ranked number 40. Magnus Carlsen has been number 1 for years. Yeah. And also, by the way, has a whole, he's like turned this into like a whole like empire, right? Because he's got like his own, I don't know exactly what it is, but he's got some sort of like an online presence that he's managed to turn into like a very big money-making machine.
Yeah, he's also done modeling work. He's done other work. He's a famous, well-liked professional.
Yeah. So okay, so the two of them went head to head, and Hans Niemann ended up winning.
Yeah.
Magnus Carlsen was unhappy.
Yeah. It's also worth noting that in the match that Magnus had the white pieces. White always moves first in chess. That's about a half-point advantage in the chess. And so Magnus hasn't lost playing the white pieces in something like 5 or 6 years. And so that's also kind of suspicious.
Yeah. So what resulted is he ended up withdrawing from the tournament. Carlsen did, after losing to Hans Niemann. Hans Niemann also made some statements to the press that were a little bit taunting, basically saying like, essentially like, sorry, you're being a baby or something like that. You know, like, sorry, you're a sore loser or something. And then I guess things kind of blossomed from there. And ultimately we've got Magnus Carlsen accusing him of cheating. Oh, there was another, I'm going through this. I knew I should have had visuals with this. So there was another online tournament where the two were up head to head. And after one move, Carlsen decided to withdraw from the match with Niemann. Yeah. And then I think he came out with a statement on either Twitter or someplace else, basically indicating like, I don't like to dignify playing with cheaters or something like along those lines. So then there's been this whole thing about Niemann cheating, whether he's cheated online, whether he's cheated over the board games. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Okay. Sorry. Thank you. I've been trying to like familiarize myself with with all the terms here, because it's been a while since I've really like gotten into chess. So basically, Niemann's stance then became, I have never cheated in over the board games. However, I have at a couple points in time, I have cheated in online gaming forums such as chess.com.
Mhm.
And I answered to them for that. It was once when I was 12 and once when
12
I
and
was
once
16.
16. Yeah, you got it.
Yeah. And then now he is uh now he's 19. So I
Mhm.
mean there is a slight pattern there potentially, but and I can't remember exactly the reasons, but basically the way that this happens is in terms of cheating. It's interesting. So actually, Kurt, maybe I'll have you explain. How does someone cheat at chess?
Well, there's a couple different ways to go about it. Um, it's in on. I'll tell you about. You can always just use a chess engine. There's computer programs that you can play chess, and of course, you can just use a chess engine. So, a classic way of cheating is if you're playing online, that in one window, one browser window, you'll have the chess match, and then you'll have a computer program running. That's the chess engine, and you just transfer your moves from one board to the other board. So you just replicate what they're doing, and then whatever the engine says, you just replicate it. So that's one way of cheating, is to just use an engine and copy its moves. In across the board play, people have used computers and shoes have been done. Um, there's also confederates that have been done. For example, they'll have someone sitting in the audience, and depending on where they're sitting or what they're wearing or whatever, right? There's some sort of prearranged signal between the people. So if they're sitting in this position versus that position, or have their glasses on or off or whatever, right? Some sort of signaling mechanism to indicate whatever it is that they're trying to spread a message. So those are some of the mechanisms of cheating. Of course, the zeitgeist of how this particular cheating occurred in Missouri has been with respect to uh, a wearable computer that has been placed in intimate parts of the body that might have been sending messages, perhaps through Morse code or otherwise. So maybe that method.
That actually detail escaped me when I was going
You
through this
missed you missed that
whole
one?
rabbit hole. Yeah, somehow
Oh,
I missed that
oh,
detail. That's how
oh no,
they how it's
that's
alleged.
definitely been that's been the zeitgeist accusation in big time, big time. So when you read this stuff, the zeitgeist accusation has been that Hans Niemann had a uh anal beads uh up his ass, and they were vibrating, sending him moves. So yeah, that's where we're at.
Okay. Okay. So I can also understand that, like, if I were to be an attorney representing Neiman, right, and looking at things from his perspective, I can also see how this is embarrassing in a great many ways, right? I mean, not just because of he's been accused of cheating in a situation that is his main source of income, it seems like, right? Because his
Mhm.
reputation as a grandmaster, as a chess player, is essential for him to continue to play in these tournaments, but also I think is probably highly impactful for him to be able to get students as well.
Yeah.
So yeah, there's a lot of embarrassment here. So I can see this um being a very emotional kind of subject for him. But so that's kind of the basics of him and Magnus Carlsen. But there are other defendants now that Hans Niemann has sued along with Magnus Carlsen. Hikaru Nakamura, one that we mentioned before, is another one. And actually comes from some of the things that he's said on his YouTube channel, where
Mhm.
he's analyzed the gameplay of the match between the two of them back in St. Louis, that initial one where Carlsen withdrew from the entire tournament after losing to Neiman. And he basically came to the conclusion that it was his opinion that Neiman was not playing fairly. So so Neiman has added Hikaru Nakamura to the list of defendants here. But what do you think about his role in this whole scandal, Kurt?
With respect to Hikaru?
Yeah.
Yeah, so I find it the lawsuit against Hikaru Nakamura, that part of the lawsuit, to be weak, both on the merits. I find what he said, I don't really think it rises to defamation at all. He's covering the news and talking about things that are in the chess news. I don't really think that he is said anything that, to my mind, looks defamatory. Also, I don't think that there's any personal jurisdiction for Hikaru. Um, Magnus allegedly did things while in Missouri that are related to this. He contacted the head of the chess tournament. And I think, based on the timing, if I understood the complaint correctly, some of his initial tweets were from Missouri or while he was there. So we have acts that are occurring in Missouri. So it's like, okay, we got personal jurisdiction. Chess.com, we're trying to drag into this by a conspiracy, but I don't really think that that's been established in the complaint to my satisfaction. It all seems very speculative. So I think right now the case against chess.com doesn't look particularly great right now. If you can prove the conspiracy, then great, but not so much. And Hikaru, his involvement is, I have an account on chess.com. I stream on chess.com. It's too tangential. It doesn't show a conspiracy. I don't buy it. So that's sort of my initial analysis. I think we've got a prima facie against Magnus. I don't really buy the prima facie against the other parties at this time.
Yeah, I would definitely agree with that. As for the others, I mean, especially because, like, just going through one by one, Hikaru Nakamura is doing what we do on a regular basis, right? Just
Right.
taking material, looking at it, giving an opinion on that, based on an analysis, giving a reasoning behind it. And even if that ends up not being true, by doing that, by showing your work as you go along, that helps to show that you're not just doing it like, like you're talking out of your ass, right? Because that's an essential feature of a defamation complaint, right? And I
Yeah.
wanted to actually bring up the defamation complaint as well. Let me see here. I meant to pull it up earlier, so just a minute here. But I mean, yeah, we can this is a deep dive, so we can read through this complaint here. Okay.
I got about an hour and a half.
Okay, sure. But I think also, funny enough, subject matter jurisdiction might also be might be an issue here too. I mean, just pulling them into Missouri might be an issue because of, like, where these various defamation statements, or defamatory
Right.
statements, I should say, sorry, where these various statements were made, how they can connect that to Missouri. I mean, Missouri is where that initial, event happened, where that's like the basis of these claims of cheating and whatnot. But I don't, I mean, I don't know. I don't know that Missouri is the right place. Or, if a case is going to be continued with all of these various defendants. I mean, Hikaru Nakamura, for example, I believe is he lives in Florida.
He
So
does.
I don't know if was he even in St. Louis at the time that happened.
Nope. I don't believe so. No.
Okay.
Yeah. So I don't see personal jurisdiction for Hikaru. I don't see anything
Yeah.
that he did in Missouri. For those of you who are familiar with my channel, we covered this a lot in the Toddy Westbrook versus Katie Joy Paulson lawsuit. This was the same problem with Katie Joy Paulson, right? Katie Joy Paulson was making statements in Minnesota. They tried to sue her in California. And I'm like, well, there's no personal jurisdiction. And as we learned from the case, there wasn't, right? Katie Joy Paulson didn't do anything in California. She didn't make any of the statements in California. She wasn't in California. She's not a resident there. She doesn't have any connection there. We can't sue them there. International shoe for the law students in the room, right? We don't have sufficient connection. So Hikaru is basically the same problem as Katie Joy Paulson, right? He's making statements in Florida. He lives in Florida. It's like, what is he doing in Missouri? Nothing, as far as I can tell, right? Magnus, at least, was contacting the tournament director in Missouri. I think he made one of his initial tweets while the tournament was still going on. So presumably he made that initial tweet while still in Missouri. And some later statements, which are more damning, are perhaps non-Missouri, but we're trying to use the initial statements as part of a basis. And as long as we have jurisdiction for one reason, we have jurisdiction for all reasons when it comes to personal jurisdiction.
Yeah.
So I think that's basically where I stand right now. And chess.com, it's not clear what chess.com did in Missouri, right? They're not a resident of Missouri. That's not where their corporate headquarters are. So we can't sue them for general jurisdiction reasons there. They have an arrangement with Magnus to buy his company because Play Magnus is a competing online chess app that exists, and they want to buy it for something like $80 million. So they have an ongoing business arrangement, but I don't think that goes to show motive of why they might want to back Magnus, right? They don't want the deal to go bad. They want the value of their property maintained. So they have a motivation. But to show a conspiracy to engage in the tortious action, I don't think is established. We've shown them engaging in a lawful we've seen them engaging in a superficially lawful business enterprise. We have nothing that connects them to any sort of illegal enterprise. So conspiracy is not established at this time to my satisfaction.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
That's way more detail than anyone wanted.
No, but this is, like I said, this is a deep dive. So we're getting into the weeds on these topics, on these Wednesday deep dives. Let me get some super chats here. Michelle Johans 1 says Norway did not care about chess until Magnus Carlsen came along. That's awesome. Michelle Johans 1 says now we cover all of the world championships on NRK. That's pretty awesome. So he definitely is kind of a national treasure there, it seems. Maria says, who knew playing chess could be so kinky? Yeah. And Tyler Bethauser says, not sure how to prove Magnus knew Hans did not cheat.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, basically, so when we're looking at, and I'll pull up the defamation complaint in a minute.
The clearest there way is by implication from his statement that he released on Twitter. He released this long statement on Twitter, which I can pull up because I've highlighted particular parts. In fact, let me go ahead and do that while you're reading super chats, and we can talk about it a little bit.
Yeah. So, well, I'm actually through the super chats, but
okay. Well, so much for that plan.
That's okay. Well, I can also pull up the complaint and then start going through that as well, because we can go through. This is basically, I mean, most of it really is like the narrative from Niemann's perspective, right? Because every complaint it's allegations. It's not evidence, but it's always allegations. So this is his way of getting his side of things out. One of the other things, actually, but maybe before I don't know. Yeah, we can do that, and then we can kind of go back to some of the other stuff that's been said by him and by others. So like his admission to cheating, I have the video on that I can pull up, and some other interesting videos that are kind of talking about this whole thing. There's a lot there's a lot to go into. This is definitely a massive rabbit hole.
I have the thing online now if you want to.
Okay.
All right, so let me see if I can make this even bigger.
Oh yeah.
Well, I'll get the whole thing on screen at least.
Yeah.
There we go. All right. So here's what Magnus Carlsen had put on Twitter. Now, I don't believe he was in Missouri at the time that he posted this particular statement on Twitter. But there were things, as I said, that he did while in Missouri. There was some initial tweeting he did while in Missouri, contacting the tournament director in Missouri. So there might be some things that happened in Missouri. I don't believe this specific thing is one of them. But as I said, if we can find personal jurisdiction for one reason, we can find it for all reasons. And so then we can sue over this particular statement, even if this particular statement didn't happen in Missouri. Okay, so what we see from this, first of all, is that this is a letter to the chess world by its own terms. That's the audience, right? So when we're thinking about defamation and defamation by implication, right, one of the things we want to understand is who is the audience of the message, because that will go to what the audience understands or what they don't understand. And so the fact this is to the chess world in particular means the statements are potentially imbued by the zeitgeist. Because as I said, there's this sort of zeitgeist accusation that's been made. Magnus Carlsen himself never said, the anal bead thing, but that's part of the zeitgeist. So some of his statements could be potentially alluding to that. Okay, anyway, so let's go over the specifics of what Magnus did say. So he notes that he withdrew from the tournament after resigning after only playing one move. We at the 2022 Sinquenfeld Cup, I suppose. So
Sinkfield.
Sinkfield.
Yeah, that's how I've seen it pronounced.
There you
And
go.
also,
Sinkfield.
I do see in the chat that we've been mispronouncing Hikaru Nakamura's name. I
Hikaru
apologize.
Nakamura.
Hikaru. Okay, so
Hikaru.
my deepest apologies. As someone who routinely gets her name completely destroyed, I always try to be sensitive to that.
I feel bad if I'm mispronouncing his name because I enjoyed all the Bon Claw videos in particular from his streaming, and the intro music for the Bon Cloud videos will haunt my dreams, as they will haunt many of ours. But let's press on. Anyways, so then after he talks about playing him, then he talks about cheat detection for over the board chess. So now he's bringing the fact that cheating over the board chess into the conversation. Then he says, I believe that Niemann has cheated more and more recently than he's publicly admitted. But he just talked about cheat detection for over the board chess. And he just talked about Hans Niemann. So
and do you want me actually I can pull up that video where that he's referencing Hans Niemann admitting to cheating. I can pull up that video where he talks about it.
Sure. Yes, I understand. But one of the things is that, I'm more than happy to do that. But Niemann has said he's only cheated in online play. He's never said he's cheated in across the board play. But because Magnus is talking about cheat detection for over the board chess, right? So there's now that insinuation. He talks about how his over the board progress has been unusual, and throughout the game in the Sinkfeld Cup. So again, bringing in the illusion of across the board play. This game contributed to my perspective again. He's saying that his across the board play helped to influence his perspective of cheating. So basically saying he's cheating across the board. And then here's really the really big problem, the last statement. He says, there's more I'd like to say. Unfortunately, this time I'm limited in what I can say without express permission. The problem there is that this is a classic example of defamation by implication. If you have a statement that looks like opinion, but the opinion is based on hidden facts known only to the person speaking, then the statement of opinion can be understood to be conveying the facts. So while a statement like, I believe he's cheating, might be a statement of opinion on its own merits, Magnus explicitly says, I can't say the things I know. And so he's saying, I have hidden facts that only I know. Yeah. And so the statement that might be opinion could be understood to convey those hidden facts. And what hidden facts would those be? Again, the facts that would be understood to the audience in general, which again goes to this zeitgeist accusation. So even though Magnus Carlsen may not be himself saying anal beads, he is potentially, through his words and to his explicitly directed audience of the chess world, bringing into their mind, or perhaps other parts of their body, this specific accusation. So that is the most problematic thing for Magnus. So if we can get him for any reason in Missouri, then this statement looks like it's potentially problematic. So yeah, that's all I have to say about that.
Yeah. Which I would like to continue reading through that though. So keep that handy. But I will say, so yeah, I see it in the chat. Stuck on Strings. Thanks for the super chat. Chat is saying the verdict is in. I do see a tweet from 3 minutes ago from Chanley Shot Painter that there is a verdict. It's not going to be read immediately. I've got an eye on the court feed. And so they're going to take some time for all the attorneys and everybody to come back in, and for Darrell Brooks to come back in and bring the jury in so that they can read it. But yeah, this definitely indicates a guilty verdict.
When it comes back guilty, can I be really, really happy?
Absolutely. You are 100% allowed to be in your emotions.
Excellent. I'm going to be really, really happy.
Yeah. So in the meantime, we'll continue with what we're talking about, and I'll like I said, I'll keep an eye on everything. Yeah. So okay. So that's this this letter right here. And I definitely want to keep going through this because I think it's very interesting. I also like, as someone who doesn't know any of these individuals, I'm not familiar with their reputations before this whole controversy, but seeing how he signs off as Magnus Carlsen, world chess champion, it kind of reads to me like somebody who's signing off as like, Legal Bites Esquire, like adding Esquire to the name at the very end of this, like letter to the public. Like everyone knows I'm an attorney, right? Like people know this, right? I don't need to announce it for the world. Is like, it just feels like one last like stamp of bravado at the end of this letter.
Mhm.
I don't know what you think. You're a bit more familiar with these characters, so I don't know if you have a different opinion.
It doesn't strike me as atypical for Magnus.
Okay. Okay. So that's a bit
Although
of
he does have a
his.
bit of he's a little bit earned his right to bravado, to be quite fair. He is thought of by many to be the best chess player of all time, and that reputation is well warranted. Now, as has been pointed out by other people, that's a little bit hard to analyze on some level, because the problem, of course, is that Magnus comes later in time. So he has the benefit of looking at all the games of all the people who came before him and learning from the wisdom of others, right? He has the benefit of looking through all their mistakes and stuff like that. So that's, but whatever it is, he is in the conversation. I'm a bit of a Morphy fan personally. I'm not sure that Morphy is is necessarily the best of all time, but I do like Morphy. But yeah,
Fair.
but Morphy
Thomas
lived
Buick,
in the 19th century, so okay.
yeah. And also, Thomas Buick, thanks so much for your super chat. Says the bead started as a joke / meme on Twitch on a channel not cited as one of the defendants. No one in the chess world takes it seriously and only got mainstream after Elon tweeted it. Oh no! As all bad things happen.
I'm not sure that's necessarily 100% true. And Hikaru has definitely been talking about the issue on his stream. So if it wasn't brought to the chess world's attention before then, Hikaru Nakamura has definitely brought it into the zeitgeist. They may not necessarily care about what Elon tweets, but Hikaru, I mean, as I said, he's #1 in the world in bullet chess. So in speed chess, he's even better than Magnus. He's something like #4 in the world right now. He's been #2 at various points.
Yeah.
So he's really, really good. Also has an incredibly popular Twitch channel. Also plays meme chess, which is hilarious.
Yeah.
2 King E2, baby. 2 King E2.
KW New York Upstate says, NY Upstate says, I do not consent to my YouTube username being said. I am a third-party donator. Well, sorry, I automatically read it. But thanks so much for your super chat. Andy the Game Maker says, adding Esquire is like adding the Game Maker to your name. Who does that? I don't know, Andy. Who does that? Alex F says, how many counts did Brooks have? I can't remember them all. 76.
Yeah.
Yep. So yeah, lots of them. So so he makes this reference to the times that Hans Niemann has admitted to cheating. So let me bring up a video clip of Hans Niemann where he's talking about this, and we can just kind of watch that and sort of go through our impressions of this video here. Okay.
Come to light. So first of all, there's the situation with chess.com. Now, people have said that my chess.com was banned twice. Okay, so this is what happened. When I was 12 years old, I was with a friend, and I was playing Title Tuesday. And I was playing, and he came over on an iPad with an engine, and I was 12 years old, and he said, he started giving me the moves. I was a child. I had no idea what happened. Now, this happened once in an online tournament. I was just a child, and nothing happened then. Now, 4 years later, when I was 16 years old doing my streaming career, in an absolutely ridiculous mistake, in unrated games, after that, when I was 12, I have never, ever in my life cheated in an over-the-board game, in an online tournament. They were in unrated games. And I'm admitting this, and I'm saying my truth because I do not want any misrepresentation. I am proud of myself that I learned from that mistake and now have given everything to chess. I have sacrificed everything for chess, and I do everything I can to improve. So I'm going to get started. Basically, I wanted to gain some rating. I just wanted to get higher rated so I could play stronger players. So I cheated, in random games on chess.com. Now, I was confronted, I confessed, and this is the single biggest mistake of my life, and I'm completely ashamed. And I'm telling the world because I do not want any misrepresentation, and I do not want rumors. I have never cheated in an over-the-board game. When I was 12 years old, I have never, ever, ever, and I would never do that. That is the worst thing I could ever do, cheat in a tournament with prize money. Now, I made that mistake, and this is something, it's not something I was doing consistently. Never when I was streaming did I cheat. Never did I misrepresent my strength. So I made this mistake. I was confronted by chess.com. I had fully admitted, and I stopped playing chess.com. Now, what I want people to know about this is that I'm deeply, deeply sorry for my mistake, and I know that my actions have consequences, and I suffer those consequences. During that time, I completely stepped away from a very lucrative streaming career. I stopped playing in all events, and I lost a lot of close friendships and relationships that meant a lot to me. So I assure you, maybe I did not suffer, but I'm putting myself in the public now. I could be ruining my reputation for my life, but I want to tell the truth. Now, this happened. I'm deeply, deeply ashamed of it. But keep in mind, I was 16 years old. I never wanted to hurt anyone. These were random games. I would never could even fathom doing it in a real game. Now, unfortunately now, there has been a targeted attack, and some recent events have made it really, really difficult for me to not stop speaking. After the game against Magnus, obviously Magnus puts this tweet, clearly some insinuations, and then everyone starts to pile. I get an email from chess.com saying that they've privately removed access to my chess.com account and that they have uninvited me from the Global Chess Championship. Now, 3 days ago, I met with someone very high up in chess.com at the Stingfield Cup, had amazing, amazing words. But because of this game against Magnus, because of what he said, they have decided to completely remove me from their website. Now, this is after I have already fully admitted, and they have the best cheat detection in the world. They know that I'm not a cheater, and that I give everything to chess. I work so hard, and chess is my entire life. Okay. Now, if they're going to try to think that I'm going to be silent about what has happened, it is completely ridiculous. I met with Danny Rensch in Miami, and Danny Rensch was the person who confronted me, and I was deeply, deeply indebted to him for handling the ban privately and giving me the chance to redeem myself. Now, after being not playing in chess.com events, I went to over-the-board tournaments, and I decided to myself that the only way to make up for my mistake was to prove to myself and to prove to others that I could win myself. Now, that has been my mission, and that is why I've lived in a suitcase for 2 years. That is why I have played 260 games in 1 year. That is why I've training 12 hours a day, because I have something to prove. And now that chess.com has suddenly decided to hop on Magnus's insinuations, Hikaru's very direct accusations, now they see the opportunity, okay, we're just going to get rid of this. I believe that this is completely unfair. This is a targeted attack, and if you look at my games, it has nothing to do with my games. So why does the CEO of chess come to me and say, we're looking forward to having the Global Chess Championship, we're looking forward to you playing on our events, and then right when I beat Magnus, they decide to remove my account and not let me play in the tournaments. This is absolutely ridiculous, and they've only done this because of what Magnus has said, what Hikaru says, and that the entire social media and chess world is completely attacking me and undermining me. And they maybe would think that I would be afraid to tell the entire world that I cheated in some random games and I cheated in a tournament when I was 12 years old, but I'm not afraid because I know who I am and I know the chess player that I'm and I know what I give to chess. So I'm not going to be scared to be manipulated and to be conspired against to try to ruin my chess career when I know what has happened. So, this, as far as Magnus, this is absolutely the fact that he did it without saying it. He knew the insinuations that would follow. If you look at social media, every single platform, I'm getting thousands of messages, not thousands, there are thousands of tweets. Everyone is attacking me. And some people are defending me, and I really appreciate those. But when I see people attack me with absolutely zero evidence, people have zero, I'm the only person who knows what happened. And I'm telling you guys that this is the truth. Now, I really do not think that I would have the courage to say this, but some people, I'm very thankful to the people who helped me make this decision. And you know what? This is the truth. And I would really, and now Magnus can, and Hikaru, I've never ever cheated against you in an online game. Never happened. And the most ridiculous part, this is that the same players that in this tournament are insinuating that I'm cheating have also made insinuations about people who are making insinuations about me. So let's just say the people who are saying these things about me, they're not that innocent themselves. So it's very ridiculous. I'm sorry if I'm rambling, but the main thing that I want to say is that I am not going to let chess.com, I'm not going to let Magnus Carlsen, I'm not going to let Hikaru Nakamura, the three arguably biggest entities in chess, simply slander my reputation, because the question is, why are you going to remove me from chess.com right after I beat Magnus? Just what's with the timing? So I would, first of all, again, I'm deeply, deeply sorry for what has happened. It is the biggest single regret of my life. And even now, to look back on it, I can now recognize myself. To give context, I was 16 years old. I don't want to make excuses, but I was living alone in New York City. It was the peak of the pandemic. And at that, I have been financially independent since I was 16 years old. I left my family and I was living alone at 16. I had rent to pay and I wanted to, and I was willing to do anything to grow my stream. So of course I made a childish mistake and I will have to live with that. But I'd rather live with that with everyone knowing the truth instead of people making simple, speculation about me, because this is the full truth. And I'd like to see if everyone else can actually tell their truth.
When chess.com sends you this email.
Okay, so I'm going to add a poll right now to ask, do you believe Hans Niemann has ever cheated in over-the-board games based on what he said in this clip? I'm very curious to see people's impressions from this video. Kurt, what do you think based on like what he has said here? Like, how does he come across to you?
Angry.
Yeah.
He comes across as angry would be the number one thing I would say. Which, if someone was attacking my reputation, I would understand. And I certainly understand what he's saying. Like, as a 12-year-old or as a 16-year-old. I mean, he's 19. I mean, if he cheated yesterday, I mean, he's still relatively young in some ways, young, and we all make mistakes at some level. So
Yeah.
like, I understand what he's saying.
Yeah.
Across the board, cheating is harder and requires much more deliberation. Like online cheating is comparatively easier, as I say, like you can always open up the thing in one thing and have the engine in another window and just transfer moves. Like you can do it really lazy, or have a friend just relaying it to you on a completely separate device or something like that. So
Yeah.
but across the board chess would require a great deal more deliberation, because either you're going to have to sneak something in on your person, which has been done before, like through shoes or whatever, or an earpiece or something, or you're going to have to check your phone in the bathroom in between. Well, that's definitely been done before. Or you're going to have a Confederate in the audience signaling to you in some way. So it requires a lot more deliberation and a lot more calculation, or a lot more intent.
Yeah.
So I am understanding of what he's saying, and also chess.com has released something like a 75-page report as well, saying that they, at least according to their analysis, and you can read it for yourself, because I don't have independent skill enough to evaluate their report. I am not good enough a player to evaluate their report. So I can just simply say that they believe that he's cheated in like something like 100 online competitions. Now, that's not necessarily even a lot because of how much chess he plays, but
I think
still,
the wording on the report was something like we believe it's very likely that he has cheated.
Yeah, they state things in terms of probabilities, because they're not going to say for sure, because they don't know for sure. But yes, based on their statistical analysis, they think he's cheated in 100 online games. Now, for someone like him who's played God knows how many games, and maybe 100 is not a lot. Hikaru Nakamura recently said on stream that he's played 300,000 games. Hikaru Nakamura is quite a bit older, but it gives you the number of games that we're talking about. So, and also, for what it's worth, the general opinion from the chess world seems to be that Magnus Carlsen was not playing very well when he lost to a Niemann. So there seems the general consensus seems to be that he was not playing well, and it might be because, and also the suggestion has been because he was tilted, because he already thought that he was a cheater, because apparently these accusations have been floating around in the whispers of the chess world for some time. So he came in perhaps tilted or whatever, and played a poor game, but it could just be that, you know, he played a particularly poor game and Hans played a particularly great game, and their respective bell curves, you know, if he's playing on the low end and he's playing on the high end, their respective bell curves have a crossing point, and maybe
Yeah.
they just hit the crossing point and he just won fairly. So you know, I don't think we can know anything for certain,
We are
and
right.
I'm willing to give him a little bit of the benefit of the doubt, because I mean, you know, he's an exceptionally great player. That being said, there have definitely been times where exceptionally great people have cheated. And because it's like, you know, I want to get to I want to be the very best. I want to get to the next level. We've seen it in video games where people have cheated on speed runs. We've seen it in other things where people who are really, 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 really good
Yeah.
will cheat and sometimes get caught for
Carl
cheating.
Jobst
So
has a
it could,
ton of videos on those. People
yeah, so
cheating
it
on
could,
speed
it could,
runs.
so it could definitely be that too. So I mean, there's a lot of possibilities, but I'm willing to extend him a fair amount of benefit of the doubt on this one.
Yeah. I one of the things that I can't quite square is the psychology of him. Well, let me first back up. He talks about cheating at 12 years old. He talks about cheating at 16 years old. He's 19 years old now. At 12 years old, cheating in an online tournament, I can completely understand that, because at 12 years old, 12, 13, 14, that's when like a lot of these moral dilemmas can first sort of be placed in front of a kid or a new teen or a preteen, and they have a choice to make, and then they sometimes make the wrong choice because they have become, you know, they're overly ambitious or something, or they're just so driven, they just desperately want to win, they desperately want to prove themselves. And so I can understand that at 12 years old, I think that's actually relatively common to see something like that, and then they get caught, they learn from it. But I think that if someone gets caught and learns from it, then you don't do it 4 years later. That's the thing that kind of gets me hung up in this explanation here, just looking as an objective observer, right? Like like I said, I'm new to the chess world as it exists in the professional, on the professional scale. But I see that, and then I see him that he has also cheated, you know, as a 16-year-old then, which is when like you kind of are supposed to take more responsibility for your actions and for your decisions and things like that. He also talks about the fact that he's been basically almost kind of in a way emancipated since 16, you know, like he's been off on his own. um so I don't know exactly how that factors in, but it feels like it does. You know, maybe he didn't have as much parental supervision to sort of like help him go through those moral dilemmas between those ages. But it seems like if he said, I think I would have personally believed his explanation a little bit more if he had said, at 12 I cheated in an online tournament, I got punished for it, I didn't fully understand that at 12, but then it happened again at 16, and I fully understood, and I've been trying to climb my way back from that ever since. Like I would understand that so much better, because it kind of makes a little bit more sense psychologically. Does that make sense, or
I think it's a reasonable perspective.
yeah.
I mean, you know, to my mind, I think 16 is still pretty young. I think 19 is still pretty young, because I'm old. I'm old now, Alita. I'm old and it's scary. I don't like it very much.
It's better than
And
the alternative.
these 19-year-old young whippersnappers, get off my lawn.
Yeah. Yeah. But I mean, it could also be that, you know, it could be that he learned the lesson the first time, and then he learned a second lesson the second time. And that, you know, now as a 19-year-old, he's like maintained his you know, his position on that since learning since then. But another thing that I saw when I was doing my rabbit hole digging was that there's also, I think, one of the other bases for why people are saying that he probably cheated is kind of a bit of guilt by association, and it has to do with his coach. Have you come across this as well?
Yes. Now, yeah, his coach, but the story with his coach, as I understand it, was also somewhat more innocent, perhaps, than might be initially expected. Because as I understand, like, someone was shouting out moves to his coach or something, but that person was using an engine, but unknown to the coach. But Like, yeah, there's been accusations relating to his coach involved in cheating as well. I'm not sure how serious those are either, because I haven't gone that deep down the rabbit hole yet to get to his coach and stuff, but I'm vaguely aware of it. Yeah.
So, okay, so let's see. I'm looking at my notes here, and I can probably pull up another video where someone else is explaining it, going through it.
Excellent.
There was a really great explanation. So long as I can find the timestamp for it, it might be a little bit messy. I may not have been as detailed as I should have been. Okay, so I have in my notes, I have Niemann's coach Maxim Dlugi was caught twice cheating during a tournament. He said that his students were shouting moves to him and that he didn't really realize that one of them had a chess engine while doing so. Is this something that happens in these chess tournaments where like you have people shouting at you to like make a particular move from like your team or something? I've never watched any of these tournaments.
Not in professional over the board play, no. In some sort of more casual environment, maybe. But chess matches are very quiet and very dull. Nothing happens. I wouldn't recommend watching one. It's worse than golf.
unless you actually are legitimately just watching for the specific moves. It's kind of I get the sense that it's probably a bit like baseball. If you don't know what's happening, it's probably really boring. But if you do understand what's happening, it can be a very riveting game to watch because it's all in the subtleties and in the details.
I'll take their word for it. I find baseball also very dull and boring.
I absolutely love baseball. It's my favorite sport. I love the fact that you can sit and have a conversation while watching and not be distracted at the same time.
I'm not sure that's necessarily a rousing testament to the wonder of baseball. I mean, if you just want to sit and have a conversation, we can do that like now, without the game, you and me.
Well, yeah, but it's also nice to have something to watch at the same time.
So you're basically having a TV on in the background kind of idea? Sure. All right, fine.
Yeah, but then something interesting happens. Somebody hits a fly ball to right field. You need to know if it's going to be caught or if it's going to end up a home run. That's exciting.
Okay.
You're watching the pitch count.
I will attend a baseball game with you, and I will eat my hot dog and drink my beer, and we can talk in the sun. It'll be fine.
I will explain to you baseball while we watch, and you will end up loving it.
I look forward to it.
Just like Mr. Bites loves it now that he's been
I look forward to being explained baseball while I'm drinking my beer, which actually, I don't understand it that well, so that'd be fine.
Oh, and I see in the chat, please live stream it. That would be fun. Okay, let me see if I can find what. Oh gosh, I saved so many of these that now I am okay. I think this is it.
Giving it to YouTuber.
Okay. Alrighty. So let's see if I can find it visually here.
And tequila.
Okay, is this? Aha. Okay. Okay. Here it is from this point. So this is a video by Upper Echelon. It's a fantastic video that he really tries to play a neutral role, which I definitely appreciate in coming into this to give from multiple perspectives, that you're just really just trying to get an objective view of what happened here. Okay, let me share my screen here. And actually, let me just get a couple super chats real quick. Jenny Ghosty says, I believe Magnus knows more than he's letting on, and if sued, will reveal. Let's go with the Brooks guilty verdict.
I mean, he said he knows more than he's letting on, so you don't have to believe it. Magnus just said it flat out. He knows more than he's letting on. So that's just part of the problem.
Yeah. And by the way, guys, I love that folks are giving a countdown in the chat for when the verdict is going to be read. So I know that we've got 30 minutes. I'm tracking what you guys are saying. So just so you guys know, you don't need to no need to Darrell Brooks me on this, but I do appreciate the countdown. So keep doing that. And just know that I am tracking that as well. All right, Linda Badwell. Good one, Kurt. Linda Badwell says, I saw Kurt smile when he heard verdict in. Yeah. Yep, he's excited. HWS, thanks for your super chat. Says Darrell Brooks' verdict is in and will be announced in 45 minutes, according to Law and Crime Network. Love y'all, by the way. Thank you. Love you too. And then HWS says, I'm 19, LOL. So yeah, same age as Hans Niemann here. And
That means they were
maybe
born
he's
in the
got
21st century. You're wrong. You are wrong for being born in the 21st
Oh
century.
God, you're right. That's post 9/11. You've never seen the
Yeah.
pre 9/11 world.
Yeah. Do you feel old now?
Hello, darkness, my old friend. A little bit. Fun Time says, "Go Astros." Thanks for the super chat, but I will always respond, "Go Dodgers," even though they're not in the postseason anymore. But that's fine. Okay,
My
alrighty.
Clemson Tigers are still doing fantastically.
All right. Okay, let's get this little snippet about the coach here.
Basis. Catching a cheat does not mean that the person has only cheated one time. It means that they have only been caught
I think this
once.
might be it.
And we are now required, in order to believe Hans Niemann, that these were two isolated, disconnected, and non-repeated events, that he
I hope
only
you guys
ever
can hear
cheated
this.
twice, he was caught twice, and that was the end of it. Is it possible? Sure. Is it likely? You decide. Expanding on the topic, with a now self-admitted reality that Hans Niemann was, at one point, a confirmed cheater in the world of chess, we can look at his coach.
Okay,
Maxime
here we go.
Delugy, a coach for Hans Niemann, was caught and punished for cheating during 2017 and 2020 in his own tournaments. According to various leaked emails, he claims that his students were contributing to his play, screaming out moves in the classroom, and that one of them was using an engine, unbeknownst to him, thus yelling out extremely significant moves. He followed those moves through no fault of his own because he was unaware that this was taking place. Appealing the ban, he was allowed to make a second account and play outside the confines of cash prize tournaments, never to be allowed to compete in those again. And yet, years later, his second account was once again suspended for violating the chess.com fair play rules. A twice caught cheater on chess.com coached a student who was found to be another twice caught cheater after a veiled accusation of cheating by one of the world's most famous grandmasters. All in all, the makings of a brutal scandal. Making things exponentially worse here, though, in the aftermath of this confession to just 2 instances of isolated cheating, chess.com itself responded on social media saying, quote, "At this time, we have reached out to Hans Niemann to explain our decision to privately remove him from chess.com and our events." This is for a third time. "We have shared detailed evidence with him concerning our decision, including information that contradicts his statements regarding the amount and seriousness of his cheating on chess.com." End quote. A twice-caught cheater, coached by a twice-caught cheater, who claims that those 2 instances were the only example, was now being told by the organization that banned him for a third time in the aftermath of these events that the extent of his cheating was far greater than what he had claimed publicly and far more serious. The evidence was beginning to stack higher and higher. Speculation continued to mount, and many in the chess community turned to his post-game interviews. Directly after beating Magnus.
So, okay, so and that's they're going to reference the interview that I just played earlier. So, yeah, so that's one of the other things that people are looking at, which to me, I don't exactly see how that. I mean, I'm looking at this from a lawyer's perspective, right? So I don't like the idea of guilt by association. If his coach has cheated in tournaments before, that suddenly that means that he's cheating in tournaments before tournaments now. I can understand that the angle might be, well, he's learning from his teacher or from his coach, and so this is the culture that he has picked up from his coach.
Yeah.
So I can I suppose see that, but I'm uncomfortable with using that in as like part of the analysis here for what happened in this whole situation.
Yeah.
What do you think?
Well, I think the point of like, yeah, he's probably not caught every single time he did the wrong thing. Like it's reminds me of like, I don't know why the example floated into my mind, but like DWI or DUI. It's like, yeah, if you've been caught 3 times, probably doesn't mean you were only driving drunk 3 times, right? Because it probably didn't happen every single time. There's probably a lot more of them behind that. So
True.
yeah, probably more than twice. Yeah. That being said, I still continue to maintain there's quite a bit of difference in intent and maliceness in versus online play versus across the board play. Like I think it is very reasonable to separate those 2 things because I think across the board play requires so much more coordination and planning and effort Not that it can't be done, not that it hasn't been done, but it requires a lot more planning to find a confederate to, you know, pull out the
That's
phone in the
fair.
middle of a match as you go to the bathroom to put the computer in your shoe. I think it's a difference in kind that is worthy of being measured. I also really don't like the idea of once a cheater, always a cheater, because if you take that to its logical extension, then it prevents a person who's cheated from ever even attempting to redeem themselves. Because if once a cheater, always a cheater is true, and I've been caught cheating, then I have no incentive to stop cheating because I'm always a cheater no matter what I do. So I might as well keep cheating because I'll get advantage and I can't be redeemed in your eyes. So why even bother trying? So I think this is some of the things I think. I think that if you think that he's cheated online, I think there's sufficient evidence for that proposition. If you think he's cheated across the board, I don't know that there's sufficient evidence for that proposition at this time. And even chess.com in their own report was unwilling to say that they found any incident which they were willing to say an across the board play was sufficiently troubling, although they did take a note of his rise of his rating was aberrational because it would be the highest rise of rating ever in the history of time. And it would also be a late blooming rise, which would be atypical. Typically, grandmasters, as they've noted, become grandmasters, when they're very young, 12, 13, 14, and there's more of a continuous rise. Hans Niemann rise has been later in his life and has been sharper in its rise than is typical. So there's that suspicion. So there's reasons to have some doubts, but I don't know, man. I think if this thing actually goes to a lawsuit and actually makes it through the motion to dismiss, which I think for Magnus, if I were a predicting man right now, I think it makes it past the motion to dismiss with respect to Magnus. I have no particular confidence in the other defense. I'm almost positive Hikaru Nakamura gets dismissed out of this lawsuit. And I don't see any way to bring him into this lawsuit based on my current understanding. There's no facts that Hans Niemann could plead that would bring Hikaru into this lawsuit. I don't see it happening. I don't find the pleadings with respect to the conspiracy for chess.com or its founder to be particularly availing at this time. That might be fixable through some additional pleading. So I'm open to the possibility of some sort of amended pleading. But right now, I would dismiss it if it came to me for chess.com and its founder. But Magnus, it looks like we've got statements in Missouri. It looks like we have enough to at least make the allegation to get past a motion to dismiss. And it looks like we're going to discovery. If there's discovery, though, that goes both ways. That means Hans Niemann gets to be deposed. And that would be a very interesting deposition to be sure, because I would imagine there'll be many, many, many questions regarding cheating, online cheating. And each of these 100 instances, for example, of chess.com, they'll go through them one by one and talk about it and get his responses and so forth and so on. So, I think and also, of course, it's worth noting that if this does get to the discovery phase, most lawsuits wind up being resolved by the end of that phase, because discovery usually makes or breaks cases. Most cases settle, right? Most cases settle. Most cases don't make it all the way.
Vast majority of cases, end up
Like
settling
90%.
or getting dismissed.
So even if we get to discovery, it doesn't necessarily mean we'll make it past that. But that's I can't. My Nostradamus ball can't quite see that far into the future. But I think we're making it past the motion to dismiss is my current prediction. With respect to Magnus.
Yeah, and it'll I do agree that it'll be. Oops, sorry. Oh, excuse me. That was a trash can. So I do think that it'll be interesting to see what happens at the discovery stage after this does get through a motion to dismiss. It might have to be amended once or twice, perhaps having to do with personal jurisdiction, as we talked about in Missouri, because that's where it's filed in federal court, is in Missouri federal court, essentially. So I think that it'll be interesting to see, because that also opens the door for Magnus Carlsen to get all of that information from Hans Niemann about every single time that you have ever cheated. give
Mhm.
me access to your computers for any kind of access that you have had to these AI engines that allow you to play chess better than any human being. They're going to go for all kinds of forensics on all of that kind of stuff that they would have access to, that he had better be prepared for. I don't know.
Yeah.
So this could also include conversations between him and his coach, because of
Yep.
the previous instances of his coach getting caught cheating. And I would imagine that there are a lot of communications that can get actually turned over to the other side through all of this. And I really hope that before Niemann went through and kind of pulled the trigger on this complaint, I really hope that there was a conversation about all of that with his attorney, to say that this is going to be very invasive, and if there are any skeletons in your closet, you better make them known now, because they're going to blow up in your face otherwise.
Yeah.
So, and folks in the chat, I know that we've got the verdict coming in a little bit more than 15 minutes, I believe. So, I've got it on another page, and I'm watching it. I'm watching it. As soon as the court feed changes, then I will definitely be throwing that up there. But right now, it's just a video feed of the flag, of the top of the flag with the eagle. So
The
not
Admiralty
much
Court
to look
flag.
at. Yes, the Admiralty Court flag, of course. Maritime law,
Maritime
because he's a
law.
pirate.
If he's a pirate, man, we've got remedies for those too, man.
We do.
Hostis humanis generis too. Universal jurisdiction. We'll throw him into the sea.
Oh man. But okay, so that's that part. Now, I think that one of the most compelling arguments that people have had is about an analysis that was done, that was compared. Now, correct me if I'm putting this in any way inaccurately, but my understanding of this is I'm trying to understand this stuff because it's all new to me. But someone did an analysis comparing his moves to moves that were basically pulled from various AI engines, and they compared his consistency of his alignment with those AI engines to other top chess players and their alignment with these various engines. So they would give like a percentage to say, like, what percentage of your moves correspond with something that an AI engine would say is the 100% best move. I think Gary Kasparov, according to an analysis that I came across, they said Gary Kasparov was something like 69%. And then other people were like right around 70 something percent. These are top, like Gary Kasparov was the top chess player for
he was
like
a
a
chess top
decade
player
or
for
something.
like 15 years. Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
He's in the conversation for best of all time.
Yeah,
Sure.
yeah, exactly. Bobby Fischer also had like a relatively low percentage, that was having this correlation rate with these AI engines. So this is something that is particularly damning, because in some of his games, matches, or tournaments, people are talking about how Hans Niemann's percentage is either at or close to 100%.
Yeah,
Have you come across this?
No, I don't know the specific report you're referring to. I don't think it's particularly unusual in an individual match for a grandmaster to hit like 90% relative to an engine. I mean, you can't sustain that in match after match after match, but I don't think it's unusual for a grandmaster to hit 90%. If you're hitting high 90s though, even in an individual match, yeah, that's pretty suspicious.
So let me play from this video again, where they explain it so beautifully. Okay. I think it's this part. Hopefully I got it right.
Moveset prior against a particular opponent in London during 2018. Grandmaster Hikaru publicly claimed that this was completely impossible. The opponent Niemann had cited wasn't even in London during 2018, and using ChessBase, a popular tool in the community, the composition that Niemann had cited as his reason to practice a response the night before
Oh, this isn't
didn't show
exactly
up at
that
all.
point.
Hikaru stated, Magnus has never played the G3 Nimzo, end quote. And once again, any defensive
Okay.
evidence against
There seems to be some dispute.
Okay, here we
there
go.
seems to be there seems to be some dispute over
in the-
that aspect, whether he's never played it. I've heard that he's played it once or twice.
I did see that, and that's also addressed in this video. I really should link to this video, and I'm going to link to it in the chat right now, and then I'll also put it in the description later for anybody on the replay, because this is just such a good, succinct sort of pulling together of these various narratives.
Can you hold the
Published
fort down for 5 minutes for me?
Yeah, absolutely.
Or I'll be.
All right, so we're going to go through this video here, this portion where he's going through this analysis that I sort of referred to just now. Okay.
By a creator named Yosha, a video began to go viral in this particular community at least, where Hans Niemann's various different games had been compared to engine performance. This video does not claim to be proof of cheating, but in the description it states, quote, a new set of extremely compromising evidence against Hans Niemann, end quote. That's very interesting, but what does it contain? The video is a statistical analysis of engine correlation created by a user named Gambit Man. And through this engine correlation tool, it is shown that Hans Niemann had, on many separate occasions, a 100% correlation to what the engine would suggest, which was higher than any other player in the history of all of chess. Sustained periods of engine correlation surpassing even Bobby Fischer at the height of his prime. Numerous tournaments with games that seemed to be purely dictated or correlating to engine decisions. And this video presented a wide range of statistical evaluations, painting a very, very damning picture. What's more, Grandmaster Hikaru reacted to this video, catapulting it to more and more people, with clips of this reaction gaining hundreds of thousands of views with definitive titles, and an ultimate effect where this analysis became assumptive proof for a vast majority of the chess community that Hans Niemann was guilty. And with that, the coffin appeared to be sealed. Publications that wanted to paint Hans Niemann as a cheater had any and every ability to do so.
So, yeah. So it seems that his correlation with these engines was essentially off the charts with his tournaments, according to this analysis. Now, of course, I personally have zero skills in being able to go in and really pick through this analysis to see if it's properly done, if it doesn't have some sort of like thumb on the scale as it's evaluating these things. So, I'm very much reliant on like this video to explain in other videos and other things that I've seen here. But I think, let me see here. This video is one of the things that I really love about it is the fact that it also gives some counterpoints here, which I thought was really good because it goes into this analysis to say, to sort of point to some potential flaws in that analysis. Okay, so I think this might be a little bit before the point where he gets into it, but bear with me.
But he has played it. Still, Pillar 2 remains as an object that viewers might latch onto, so let's move on to Pillar 3. Hans Niemann has an engine correlation so high it cannot be real. This is suggested as the most damning piece of evidence. This one is fascinating because to delve into it, we need to know how the engine correlation is calculated by ChessBase. Having checked for myself through all of the games in the statistical analysis video by Yosha, someone made an excellent tool online to do that as well, making it significantly easier for me. It does appear that Hans Niemann has multiple instances of 100% correlation. But why? In order to calculate engine correlation, ChessBase draws from many separate engines. The idea is that if even one of those engines prefers a given move as the 100% best option, that would be perfect correlation. But this means that if you have, say, 4 engines instead of 1 in the reference pool, is far more likely that a game can be 100% correlated, even if those engines disagree.
Oh my gosh, I'm
on
so
certain
sorry,
moves.
guys.
In simple terms,
you guys probably could hear it and then couldn't actually see it. I was being a total ding dong. Okay, sorry. Let me do it again. Oh, I'm so sorry, guys. Okay. Okay. Hello. Thank you. Okay. Hi, Kat. Okay. Sorry, guys. Okay. Rewind a little bit, neuralize the brains from that mistake. And okay, now let's watch the actual video, right?
Played it. Still, Pillar 2 remains as an object that viewers might latch onto, so let's move on to Pillar
Okay,
3.
here we go.
Hans Niemann has an engine correlation so high it cannot be real. This is suggested as the most damning piece of evidence. This one is fascinating because to delve into it, we need to know how the engine correlation is calculated by ChessBase. Having checked for myself through all of the games in the statistical analysis video by Yosha, someone made an excellent tool online to do that as well, making it significantly easier for me. It does appear that Hans Niemann has multiple instances of 100% correlation. But why? In order to calculate engine
And to
correlation,
clarify, so 100% correlation with an AI program is the reason why that's insane is that these AI programs are basically designed to be better than any human can be. So if your correlation is 100% with them, the suggestion is you are doing way better than any human being really ever could. So just to clarify that for folks that are new to all of this.
ChessBase draws from many separate engines. The idea is that if even one of those engines prefers a given move as the 100% best option, that would be perfect correlation. But this means that if you have, say, 4 engines instead of 1 in the reference pool, is far more likely that a game can be 100% correlated, even if those engines disagree on certain moves. In simple terms, if just one engine has 100% correlation after 45 moves, that would be totally absurd and indicate that there is almost certainly someone feeding moves to the player directly from that particular engine. This is something partially echoed by the now viral reaction by Hikaru Nakamura, where a 45-move game by Hans has 100% correlation, and his reaction is one of total disbelief, and rightly so. However, if 100 engines are being used, as an example, each with their own idea of what the perfect move is, making different decisions on different computers, because ChessBase engine correlation is an open source project, the likelihood that a player's move receives a 100% correlation over the course of the game is 100 times higher. It appears to be highlighted by—
So in other words, the more AI engines that this pulls from, the higher the likelihood that you're going to inevitably bump into a decision that also correlates with the number one choice decision for one of those, right? So it seems like what he's suggesting here so far is that because you have these are all getting analyzed move by move, you can have one move that correlates with one engine, the next move correlates with a different engine that did not think that you should have made the move just before that, and there are ways that these things can sort of like create this patchwork. It's almost like a sort of a Frankenstein of like AI decisions that none of them would have necessarily agreed with all of the decisions that you made. But because it's doing it on an individual basis, you have the ability of getting sort of this 100% correlation, I think. So that's my understanding of this. If there are folks in the chat that are super well versed on chess and on these kinds of programs, let me know. I also saw in here that somebody Toloco16 says the problem is evaluating the engines moving after the fact is not accurate. The engine now has a record of how said match was played out. It constantly updates. That's a point that he's about to get into as well, is that so many people have gone through these things that it actually has increased the correlation rate for Hans Niemann because they've almost overanalyzed now at this point his moves in comparison to the engine. So okay,
by
let's
a
continue
Reddit
with it.
post from user Gistia that Gambit Man, the one responsible for composing this data and giving it to YouTuber Yosha, is a contributing member for the analysis data on ChessBase, whose contributions and parameters are solely responsible for multiple of these 100% correlation games, effectively expanding what engines are used in the process, modifying how they react to data, and any change that he or the community chooses to make can completely redefine the output, making it so that there is just one or dozens of perfectly correlated games. but that result cannot necessarily be trusted. Furthermore, engines learn over time, and it's a very, very complicated process that leads to this. But the fact that the community is so invested and so many people are plugging in this data and looking at all of these games over and over and over again can lead the engine to have a higher correlation to certain outcomes. It's a very complicated thing. But what we might have here is a positive feedback loop where all of the investigation is leading to more and more engine correlation outputs against Hans Niemann.
Yeah.
I'm not saying it's what's happening, but it's possible. In fact, to dig a little bit deeper here, even with just one move determined by one engine, multiple of the games by Hans Niemann that were analyzed would have dropped to just 86% correlation, in line with high-level examples from innumerable other chess masters. What's more, the now viral video on YouTube, the reaction to this engine correlation evidence by Hikaru Nakamura, cuts off in the middle of his subsequent evaluation. Why? It turns out just a few minutes later, the game that Hikaru Nakamura selected for testing had 100% correlation for his moves to the engine. This example didn't make it into the video, though. It didn't make it nearly as far as the shocked commentary on how unlikely it is that Hans Niemann would ever have such correlation. But it further builds skepticism that all might not be quite as it seems.
That's an interesting point. And that's something that is always possible in these kinds of clips that are put together from these long live streams saying this is proof of this drama or this scandal or this thing happening. Oh, and here we go. We do have a court feed. Mr. Bites is waving at me like Darrell Brooks. Okay.
The jury had reached verdicts
Here we
in
go.
this matter. And
We have a verdict.
without anything further, I'll have the jury brought out.
Okay, jury's being brought out.
Your Honor, I don't consent to being called that name and would like to
Of course not.
address subject
Of course
matter
not, dude.
jurisdiction for the record as yet to be proven.
Okay.
Your objections are noted and will not be addressing subject matter jurisdiction. Please bring the jury out.
Would it be proven for the record, Your Honor?
Just a reminder to everyone that I do expect everyone in the courtroom to demonstrate appropriate decorum and courtesy as the verdicts are read and refrain from audible responses. Any disruptions may result in removal from the courtroom.
So now this obviously commences the checkers portion of this live stream.
Your Honor, is that a tacit agreement not to address subject matter jurisdiction for the record?
Jury's coming in. All rise, please.
Nicholas Darrow, Unionist Labor Law
I
Santa. Thanks so much for your super
respectfully
chat.
object to that ruling, Your Honor, and
Says-
request the legal reconsideration of your ruling.
This is what he should have said.
For the
Yes,
record.
I had a chess program on.
Your
I had
requests are
to
noted,
I had
sir.
to compare
Will
my
not be
moves with
addressing
the
that
ones of the
For
program.
the record, may
I understand it can
respectfully
be perceived as
reject
cheating, but that was
ruling
not
and
my
take
intent. That
exception
could be.
to that
Yeah,
ruling, Your Honor.
that would have been helpful. CD Nighthawk verdict in 4 minutes or less.
Is that a tacit agreement and a judicial determination that you don't have to answer that question as a public servant, Your Honor?
Well, at least you got tacit right.
For the record, may I request the legal or factual basis for your ruling, Your Honor?
All right.
It might have been a false alarm.
For the record, may I respectfully
With the
request
jurors.
a written judicial finding of fact and conclusion of law on this issue, Your Honor?
See, he's back in his suit and tie.
All your requests are noted for
Yeah.
the record. They all are denied, sir. All rise. Jury's coming in.
All right,
For
I
the
got my
record,
soundboard
may I
ready. Let's go.
respectfully move for an interlocutory declaratory appeal on this matter, Your Honor.
Denied.
You don't need
For
an
the record,
interlocutory
may I
appeal. You're
move
about to
to
get a full
stage
flat appeal.
proceedings until this instant matter is
We've got
adjudicated by a
another
court of
another
competent
poll here.
jurisdiction.
By the way, the
No.
last poll result
Based on what
result
law or
was
fact, Your Honor?
66% said that they think that Hans Niemann has cheated in over the board games. 33% said
Is that
no.
a tacit agreement that you don't have to answer that question for the record, Your Honor,
And,
as a public servant?
This poll says, will Darrell Brooks be stoic or emotional? So far,
You don't have
77%
to address
said
admiralty
emotional.
law or
We'll keep
common
it going
law.
for a little while.
This court is operating under admiralty law.
Will not
Uh-huh.
be addressing any of those issues. Thank
Respectfully
you, everyone.
object,
Please
Your
be
Honor.
seated. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, have you picked one among you to be the foreperson? All right, and I see it's your number 11. Have you reached verdicts on all 76 counts?
Yes.
All right, would you please hand all of the forms to the bailiff?
This is going to take a hot second because she has to read them through to make sure they're in proper form.
Yes.
So
yeah, because that happened during the depth trial, right? Because they
where
forgot
the
to put
monetary
in.
amounts were wrong.
Yeah.
It also happened in Alex Jones where they had to send him back because of a misplaced comma or something.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think there's going to be an outburst.
Yeah. Well,
because then he's got nothing to lose, right? He doesn't have to put up an act in front of the jury anymore.
it doesn't matter at this point. There's no prejudice that verdict's in, so he could do
Yeah,
anything.
exactly.
It wouldn't create grounds for appeal.
Grounds.
I think on Wednesday, that's today, I guess. I guess today I'll be doing the Allen brief. I think it's called when the defense lawyer realizes there's no hope for appeal and basically files a brief saying, I got nothing. I think it's called an Allen brief. I'm going to do a case on that.
Your Honor, seeing is that we've reached a verdict, is it necessary that I have these shock devices on my ankles?
Oh, yes. Yes, very much.
Yes,
so.
it absolutely
Yes.
is essential.
Very, very much essential. Yeah.
Question in the chat. Do you think they are guilty verdicts? I think so.
Yep.
There was, I mean, someone was one of the jurors was, at least one of them was sobbing yesterday after the closing
12
argument.
people come to not guilty on 76 counts this fast. I don't think so.
Yeah.
I think you go to jail forever no matter what the jury did. I'm pretty sure they found him guilty on everything. If he's really lucky, he might get a lesser included on one of the murders, but I doubt that.
Yeah. Man, if a Banny, thanks for your super chat. Budge is Jack. Let's go. Judge is back. Budge is Jack. Oh, man.
This is the last day you're going to wear a suit. I hope you enjoy it, sir. I really do. You do look snazzy in your purple tie combo.
You know, I've got to say, he actually chose fairly well for his suit. You know, as far as I've talked about courtroom fashion. I love talking about courtroom fashion. You know, I love talking about courtroom fashion. But that's something that we haven't really talked about much. But he, I mean, partly because it's just the absurdity of his insistence in wearing the orange jumpsuit to court on various days has been wild. But I mean, this is a good look. I've got to say, like, this is something that I don't know if he chose it himself or if there's someone that chose it for him, but it's presentable for court. It's put together. I mean, you know, maybe tailoring, blah, you know, like we can talk about that, but like, do we really expect him to meet a certain standard on like tailoring and fitting and all that kind of stuff?
Men's Warehouse. You're going to like the way you look. I guarantee it.
I guarantee it. Holmes agrees. I don't know if you guys could hear him meowing.
Holmes wants justice.
Holmes definitely wants justice. He's like, grounds? I'll give you grounds.
I'll give you 6 feet of it. Yeah, she's double checking the verdict sheets to make sure they're in proper form.
Yes, Holmes does have opinions on courtroom fashion, and it's because he's a tuxedo cat. He's always formally dressed, so he's got some very strong opinions on fashion in general, but especially courtroom fashion. He was named after a Supreme Court justice, after all.
A great one too.
Yeah, yeah. And the justice with the best whiskers in Supreme Court history.
You think Holmes over Cardozo?
Tough choice.
Confirmed that there are
But yeah,
76
I like
signed
Holmes.
verdicts and 76 unsigned verdicts.
No.
Which would be what I would expect.
Oh, Lord, look at all that paper.
All right, I will read each one into the record.
All right.
We, the jury, find the defendant, Darrell E. Brooks, guilty of first-degree intentional homicide as charged in count 1 of the information, dated this 26th day of October 2022, signed by the foreperson, juror number 11. If you find the defendant guilty of first-degree intentional homicide, answer the following question, yes or no. Did the defendant commit first-degree intentional homicide while using a dangerous weapon? Answer, yes. We, the jury, find the defendant, Darrell E. Brooks, guilty of first-degree intentional homicide as charged in count 2 of the information. Did the defendant commit first-degree intentional homicide while using a dangerous weapon? Answer, yes.
Burn in hell, you piece of shit.
Hey, you are to be removed right now. You will not do
That
that.
must have been a family member or just a member of the community.
We, the jury, find the
I feel
defendant,
you though, sir.
Darrell E. Brooks, guilty of first-degree intentional homicide.
But that's exactly the right
as charged
thing
in
to do
count
is
3 of
she
the
immediately booted
information.
him.
And I should state as to count 2, it was signed and dated by the foreperson, same as to count 3. Did the defendant commit first-degree intentional homicide while using a dangerous weapon? Answer, yes. We, the jury, find the defendant, Darrell E. Brooks, guilty of first-degree intentional homicide as charged in count 4 of the information. Dated this 26th day of October 2022, signed by the foreperson. Did the defendant commit first-degree intentional homicide while using a dangerous weapon? Answer, yes. We, the jury, find the defendant, Darrell E. Brooks, guilty of first-degree intentional homicide as charged in count 5 of the information, dated today's date and signed by the foreperson. Did the defendant
Stuck on
commit
strings.
first-degree intentional homicide
What happened in
while
the
using a
gallery?
dangerous weapon?
Someone shouted at him
Answer,
to burn in
yes.
hell. And so he got
We, the
promptly
jury,
kicked out.
find the defendant, Darrell E. Brooks, guilty of first-degree intentional homicide as charged in count 6 of the information, dated today's date, signed by the foreperson. Did the defendant commit first-degree intentional
I
homicide
look forward to reading your appeal
while
brief,
using
sir.
a dangerous weapon? Answer,
We'll
yes.
cover it on stream.
We, the jury, find the defendant, Darrell E. Brooks, guilty of first-degree recklessly endangering safety as charged in count 7 of the information, dated today's date and signed by the foreperson. Did the defendant
I don't know,
commit
man.
first-degree
don't
recklessly
know.
endangering safety while
Thanks,
using a
Manny, for
dangerous
banning.
weapon? Answer, yes. We, the jury, find the defendant, Darrell E. Brooks, guilty of first-degree recklessly endangering safety as charged in count 8 of the information, dated today's date and signed by the foreperson. Did the defendant commit first-degree recklessly endangering safety while using a dangerous weapon? Answer, yes. We, the jury, find the defendant, Darrell E. Brooks, guilty of first-degree recklessly endangering safety as charged in count 9 of the information, dated today's date, signed by the foreperson. Did the defendant commit first-degree recklessly endangering safety while using a dangerous weapon? Answer, yes. We, the jury, find the defendant, Darrell E. Brooks, guilty of first-degree recklessly endangering safety as charged in count 10 of the information, dated today's date and signed by the foreperson. Did the defendant commit first-degree recklessly endangering safety while using a dangerous weapon? Answer, yes. We, the jury, find the defendant, Darrell E. Brooks, guilty of first-degree recklessly endangering safety as charged in count 11 of the information, dated today's date, signed by the foreperson. Did the defendant commit first-degree recklessly endangering safety while using a dangerous weapon? Yes. We, the jury,
This is
find the
effectively
defendant, Darrell
what the
E.
person
Brooks,
shouted at him.
guilty of
For anybody in the
first-degree
chat that
recklessly
that still
endangering
didn't hear it.
safety as charged in count 12 of the information, dated today's date, signed by the foreperson. Did the defendant commit first-degree recklessly endangering safety while using a dangerous weapon? Answer, yes. We, the jury, find the defendant, Darrell E. Brooks, guilty of first-degree recklessly endangering safety as charged in count 13 of the information, dated today's date, signed by the foreperson. Did the defendant commit first-degree recklessly endangering safety while using a dangerous weapon? Answer, yes.
Nate, thanks for the super chat.
We,
I've got
the
to send you a
jury,
link.
find the defendant, Darrell E.
Do
Brooks,
you want to join?
guilty of first degree recklessly endangering safety as charged in count 14 of the information, dated today's date, signed by the foreperson. Did the defendant commit first degree recklessly endangering safety while using a dangerous weapon? Answer, yes. We, the jury, find the defendant, Darrell E. Brooks, guilty of first degree recklessly endangering safety as charged in count 15 of the information, dated today's date, signed by the foreperson. Did the defendant commit first degree recklessly endangering safety while using a dangerous weapon? Answer, yes. We, the jury, find the defendant, Darrell E. Brooks, guilty of first degree recklessly endangering safety as charged in count 16 of the information, dated today's date, signed by the foreperson. Did the defendant commit first degree recklessly endangering safety while using a dangerous weapon? Answer, yes. We, the jury, find the defendant guilty of first degree recklessly endangering safety as charged in count 17.
Generally speaking, the judge is
of
going to
the
be very
information,
serious about this
dated
this
today's
portion
date,
because this is
signed by the
a
foreperson.
legitimately very
Did the
serious
defendant commit first degree
part of the
recklessly
trial.
endangering safety?
So she's
while
not going to
using
be
a
overly
dangerous
sassy.
weapon?
She's going to be very matter of
Answer,
fact.
yes. We, the jury, find the defendant, Darrell E. Brooks, guilty of first degree recklessly endangering safety as charged in count 18 of the information, dated today's date, signed by the foreperson. Did the defendant commit first degree recklessly endangering safety while using a dangerous weapon? Answer, yes. We, the jury, find the defendant, Darrell E. Brooks, guilty of first degree recklessly endangering safety as charged in count 19 of the
I'm
information.
honestly amazed
dated
he's just
today's
sitting
date,
there
signed by the foreperson.
instead of like acting like a
Did the
total
defendant
fool.
commit first degree recklessly endangering safety while using a dangerous weapon?
Well, there's still time
Answer,
after they finish.
yes. We, the jury, find the defendant, Darrell E. Brooks, guilty of first degree recklessly endangering safety as charged in count 20 of the information, dated today's date, signed by the foreperson. Did the defendant commit first degree recklessly endangering safety while using a dangerous weapon? Answer, yes. We, the jury, find the defendant, Darrell E. Brooks, guilty of first degree recklessly endangering safety as charged in count 21 of the information, dated today's date, signed by the foreperson. Did the defendant commit first degree recklessly endangering safety while using a dangerous weapon? Answer, yes. We, the jury, find the defendant, Darrell E. Brooks, guilty of first degree recklessly endangering safety as charged in count 22 of the information, dated today's date, signed by the
Smiley Town
foreperson.
SF, thanks for your
Did the
super
defendant
chat.
commit first
Praying for the
degree
victims
recklessly
and their
endangering
families today.
safety while using a dangerous
Yes.
weapon?
Something to keep
Answer,
in mind here.
yes.
Don't lose that in the
We,
circus
the
of
jury,
all of
find the
these things
defendant,
happening.
Darrell E. Brooks, guilty of first degree recklessly endangering safety as charged in count 23 of the information, dated today's date, signed by the foreperson. Did the defendant commit first degree recklessly endangering safety while using a dangerous weapon? Answer, yes. We, the jury, find the defendant, Darrell E. Brooks,
Nate, thanks for the
guilty
super
of
chat.
first degree recklessly endangering
His rap
safety
song in front of
as
the car.
charged in
Yeah,
count
that was
24
brought
of the
in
information,
as evidence.
dated today's date, signed by the foreperson. Did the defendant commit first degree recklessly endangering safety while using a dangerous weapon? Answer, yes. We, the jury, find the defendant, Darrell E. Brooks, guilty of first degree recklessly endangering safety as charged in count 25 of the information, dated today's date and signed by the foreperson. Did the defendant commit first degree recklessly endangering safety while using a dangerous weapon? Answer, yes. We, the jury, find the defendant, Darrell E. Brooks, guilty of first degree recklessly endangering safety as charged in count 26 of the information, dated today's date, signed by the foreperson. Did the defendant commit first degree recklessly endangering safety while using a dangerous weapon? Answer, yes. We, the jury, find the defendant, Darrell E. Brooks, guilty of first degree recklessly endangering safety as charged in count 27 of the information, dated today's date, signed by the foreperson. Did the defendant commit first degree recklessly endangering safety while using a dangerous weapon? Answer, yes. We, the jury, find the defendant, Darrell E. Brooks, guilty
Thanks for your
of
super
first
chat.
degree,
Shots for Nate.
recklessly endangering
I'll make sure to
safety,
keep that
as charged
handy
in count
for when he
28
comes
of
by.
the information, dated today's date, signed by the foreperson. Did the defendant commit first degree, recklessly endangering safety while using a dangerous weapon? Answer, yes. We, the jury, find the defendant, Darrell E. Brooks, guilty of first degree, recklessly endangering safety as charged in count 29 of the information, dated today's date, signed by the foreperson. Did the defendant commit first degree, recklessly endangering safety while using a dangerous weapon? Answer, yes. We, the jury, find the defendant, Darrell E. Brooks, guilty of first degree, recklessly endangering safety as charged in count 30 of the information, dated today's date, signed by the foreperson. Did the defendant commit first degree, recklessly endangering safety while using a dangerous weapon? Answer, yes. We, the jury, find the defendant, Darrell E. Brooks, guilty of first degree, recklessly endangering safety as charged in count 31 of the information, dated today's date, signed by the foreperson. Did the defendant commit first degree, recklessly endangering safety while using a dangerous weapon? Answer, yes. We, the jury, find the defendant, Darrell E. Brooks, guilty of first degree, recklessly endangering safety as charged in count 32 of the
How
information,
happy is this judge right
dated
now?
today's date, signed by the foreperson. Did the defendant commit first degree, recklessly endangering safety while using a dangerous weapon? Answer, yes. We, the jury, find the defendant, Darrell E. Brooks, guilty.
It's okay,
of
Darrell. You
first
can always
degree,
move for a
recklessly endangering
JNOV.
Safety as charged in count 33 of the information, dated today's date,
Oh,
signed by
man.
the foreperson.
Stuck on strings says
Did the
adding to
defendant
prayers for
commit
families and
first
victims,
degree, recklessly
hoping for a better
endangering
future for
safety
Erica. She
while
came
using
off
a
as so
dangerous
sweet.
weapon?
As a DV
Answer,
survivor, hope she finds her
yes.
bliss. Wonderful.
We, the
Wonderful
jury,
sentiment.
find the
Thank
defendant,
you.
Darrell E. Brooks, guilty of first degree, recklessly endangering safety as charged in count 34 of the information, dated today's date, signed by the foreperson. Did the defendant commit first degree, recklessly endangering safety while using a dangerous weapon? Answer, yes. We, the jury, find the defendant, Darrell E. Brooks, guilty of first degree, recklessly endangering safety as charged in count 35 of the information, dated today's date, signed by the foreperson. Did the defendant commit first degree, recklessly
Oh,
endangering
for
safety while
Folks in the
using
chat
a
that don't know what
dangerous weapon?
JNOV means, it's
Answer,
basically where
yes.
they
We, the jury,
vacate the
find the
jury's
defendant, Darrell E.
jury's
Brooks,
determination,
guilty
where the judge
of first
says
degree,
they
recklessly
did this
endangering
improperly.
safety
It's
as
very,
charged
very,
in count
very
36
rare to
of
get.
the information,
Got to have a
dated today's
really
date,
good reason for
signed
it.
by the
No, the jury
foreperson.
found me guilty. How about
Did
not
the
guilty,
defendant
Your Honor?
commit first degree, recklessly endangering
Well,
safety while using a dangerous weapon? Answer, yes. We, the jury, find the defendant, Darrell E. Brooks, guilty of first degree, recklessly endangering safety as charged in count 37 of the information.
Sammy 279,
Dated today's
it really
date,
didn't
signed
mean
by the
anything
foreperson.
at any point
Did the
because he
defendant
had his
commit
driver's
first
license in his
degree,
pocket when
recklessly
he was
endangering
apprehended.
safety while using a
So-
dangerous weapon? Answer, yes.
So he thought that it
We,
was
the
a good
jury,
argument, but
find the
it-
defendant, Darrell E.
wasn't.
Brooks, guilty of first degree, recklessly endangering safety as charged in count 38 of the information, dated today's date, signed by the foreperson. Did the defendant commit first degree, recklessly endangering safety while using a dangerous weapon? Answer, yes.
speaking for the
We, the
evidence,
jury,
thanks for your super
find the
chat.
defendant,
Thank you for
Darrell E.
streaming.
Brooks,
You're welcome.
guilty
Thanks for
of
joining
first
us.
degree,
Question,
recklessly
what did the
endangering
lawyers and judge
safety
do when waiting
as
for the
charged in
verdict?
count 39 of
Depending
the
on how much
information,
time they have, they
dated
might
today's date,
go
signed by the
back to the
foreperson.
office, get other work
Did the
done on other
defendant
cases
commit
that they've
first
left
degree,
behind.
recklessly
They
endangering
might hang
safety
out.
while using a
Um,
dangerous weapon?
Some
Answer,
judges have had
yes.
like games that they'll play.
We, the jury, find the
There are all kinds
defendant,
of ways to pass
Darrell
the
E.
time.
Brooks,
But usually the
guilty
lawyers are
of first degree,
going back
recklessly
and working on
endangering
other cases.
safety as charged in count 40 of the information, dated today's date,
we're up to
signed by the
40.
foreperson. Did the defendant commit first degree, recklessly endangering safety while using a dangerous weapon? Answer, yes. We, the jury, find the defendant, Darrell E. Brooks, guilty of first degree, recklessly endangering safety as charged in count 41 of the information, dated today's date, signed by the foreperson. Did the defendant commit first-degree recklessly endangering safety while using a dangerous weapon? Answer, yes. We, the jury, find the defendant, Darrell E. Brooks, guilty of first-degree recklessly endangering safety as charged in count 42 of the information, dated today's date and signed by the foreperson. Did the defendant commit first-degree recklessly endangering safety while using a dangerous weapon? Answer, yes. We, the jury, find the defendant, Darrell E. Brooks,
Apple Pie, thanks for your
guilty
super chat.
of
Can you turn on closed
first-degree
captions and place at
recklessly
the top so they're
endangering
not covered by
safety
super chats?
as
Yes.
charged in
Okay.
count
Good idea.
43
Sorry
of the
about that.
information,
I will do
dated
that.
today's date, signed by the foreperson. Did the defendant commit first-degree recklessly endangering safety while using a dangerous weapon?
Okay.
Answer, yes. We, the jury, find the defendant, Darrell E. Brooks, guilty of first-degree recklessly endangering safety as charged in count 44 of the information, dated today's date, signed by the foreperson. Did the defendant commit first-degree recklessly endangering safety while using a dangerous weapon? Answer, yes. We, the jury, find the defendant, Darrell E. Brooks, guilty of first-degree recklessly endangering safety as charged in count 45 of the information, dated
Brandon
today's
Hosman,
date and
to
signed by
answer
the
your
foreperson.
question, it's
Did the
basically
defendant
volunteer
commit
work.
first-degree
Like
recklessly
they
endangering
pay enough
safety
to like
while
kind
using
of
a
cover
dangerous
expenses,
weapon?
but it's pretty much
Answer,
volunteer work.
Yes.
Yeah.
We, the
Voluntold.
jury,
In other words,
find the
very low
defendant,
across the
Darrell
board.
E. Brooks, guilty of first-degree recklessly endangering safety as charged in count 46 of the information, dated today's date and signed by the foreperson.
46.
Did the defendant commit first-degree recklessly endangering safety while using a dangerous weapon? Answer, yes. We, the jury, find the defendant, Darrell E. Brooks, guilty of first-degree recklessly endangering safety as charged in count 47 of the information, dated today's date and signed by the foreperson. Did the defendant commit first-degree recklessly endangering safety while using a dangerous weapon? Answer, yes. We, the jury, find the defendant, Darrell E. Brooks, guilty of first-degree recklessly endangering safety as charged in count 48 of the information, dated today's date, signed by the foreperson. Did the defendant commit first-degree recklessly endangering safety while using a dangerous weapon? Answer, yes. We, the jury, find the defendant, Darrell E. Brooks, guilty of first-degree recklessly endangering safety as charged in count 49 of the information, dated today's date and signed by the foreperson. Did the defendant commit first-degree recklessly endangering safety while using a dangerous weapon? Answer, yes.
Sandra Ramirez, thanks for your super chat. Sentencing
We,
is
the
not going to
jury,
happen today. I
find
think
the
it's on the
defendant,
31st.
Darrell E. Brooks, guilty
I think
of
she said she was
first-degree
going to have the
recklessly
parties in on
endangering
the 31st to
safety
discuss
as
what
charged in
sentencing will
count
occur.
50 of the information,
okay, so maybe even later
dated
then.
today's date and signed by the foreperson. Did the defendant
She
commit
wanted them to
first-degree
provide a list
recklessly
of
endangering safety
people who
while
would
using a dangerous
talk
weapon?
so she could schedule time
Answer,
appropriately.
yes.
Okay.
We, the jury, find the defendant, Darrell E. Brooks, guilty of first-degree recklessly endangering safety as charged in count 51 of the information, dated today's date and signed by the foreperson. Did the defendant commit first-degree recklessly endangering safety while using a dangerous weapon? Answer, yes. We, the jury, find the defendant, Darrell E. Brooks, guilty of first-degree recklessly endangering safety as charged in count 52 of the information, dated today's date and signed by the foreperson. Did the defendant commit first-degree recklessly endangering safety while using a dangerous weapon? Answer, yes. We, the jury, find the defendant, Darrell E. Brooks, guilty of first-degree recklessly endangering safety as charged in count 53 of the information, dated today's date and signed by the foreperson. Did the defendant commit first-degree recklessly endangering safety while using a dangerous weapon? Answer, yes. We, the jury, find the defendant, Darrell E. Brooks, guilty of first degree recklessly endangering safety as charged in count 54 of the information, dated today's date and signed by the foreperson? Did the defendant commit first degree recklessly endangering safety while using a dangerous weapon? Answer, yes. We, the jury, find the defendant, Darrell E. Brooks, guilty of first degree recklessly endangering safety as charged in count 55 of the information, dated today's date and signed by the foreperson. Did the defendant commit first degree recklessly endangering safety while using a dangerous weapon? Answer, yes. We, the jury, find the defendant, Darrell E. Brooks, guilty of first degree recklessly endangering safety as charged in count 56 of the information, dated today's date and signed by the foreperson. Did the defendant commit first degree recklessly endangering safety while using a dangerous weapon? Answer, yes. We, the jury, find the
Meet me in the
defendant,
afterglow.
Darrell E. Brooks,
Victims will not be speaking
guilty
today.
of first degree
Victim impact
recklessly
statements
endangering safety
will probably
as
happen
charged in
at a
count
later date. That will be
57
at
of the
sentencing.
information, dated today's date and signed by the foreperson. Did the defendant commit first degree recklessly endangering safety while using a dangerous weapon? Answer, yes. We, the jury, find the defendant, Darrell E. Brooks, guilty of first degree recklessly endangering safety as charged in count 58 of the information, dated today's date and signed by the foreperson. Did the defendant commit first degree recklessly endangering safety while using a dangerous weapon? Answer, yes. We, the jury, find the defendant, Darrell E. Brooks, guilty of first degree recklessly endangering safety as charged in count 59 of the information, dated today's date and signed by the foreperson. Did the defendant commit first degree recklessly endangering safety while using a
Absolutely.
dangerous
I
weapon?
agree with this.
Answer, yes. We, the jury, find the defendant, Darrell E. Brooks, guilty of first degree recklessly endangering safety as charged in count 60 of the information, dated today's date and signed by the foreperson. Did the defendant commit first degree recklessly endangering safety while using a dangerous weapon? Answer, yes. We, the jury, find the defendant, Darrell E. Brooks, guilty of first degree recklessly endangering safety as charged in count 61 of the information, dated today's date and signed by the foreperson. Did the defendant commit first degree recklessly endangering safety while using a dangerous weapon? Answer, yes. We, the
Brianna,
jury,
25.
find the defendant,
It's for your super
Darrell
chat.
E.
Never dare
Brooks,
chat to get you
guilty
drunk. You'd think
of
Nate would
first
know that by
degree
now.
recklessly endangering safety
Yeah.
as charged in count 62 of the
Yeah.
information, dated today's date and signed by the foreperson. Did the defendant commit first degree recklessly endangering safety while using a dangerous weapon? Answer, yes. We, the jury, find the defendant, Darrell E. Brooks, guilty of first degree recklessly endangering safety as charged in count 63 of the information, dated today's date and signed by the foreperson. Did the defendant commit first degree recklessly endangering safety while using a dangerous weapon? Answer, yes. We, the jury, find the defendant, Darrell E. Brooks, guilty of first degree recklessly endangering safety as charged in count 64 of the information, dated today's date and signed by the foreperson. Did the defendant commit first degree recklessly endangering safety while using a dangerous weapon? Answer, yes. We, the jury, find the defendant, Darrell E. Brooks, guilty of first degree recklessly endangering safety as charged in count 65 of the information,
65. We're getting close.
dated today's date and signed by the foreperson. Did the defendant commit first degree recklessly endangering safety while using a dangerous weapon? Answer, yes. We, the jury, find the defendant, Darrell E. Brooks, guilty of first degree recklessly endangering safety as charged in count 66 of the information, dated today's date and signed by the foreperson. Did the defendant commit first degree recklessly endangering safety while using a dangerous weapon? Answer, yes. We, the jury, find the defendant, Darrell E. Brooks, guilty of first degree recklessly endangering safety as charged in count 67 of the information, dated today's date and signed by the foreperson. Did the defendant commit first degree recklessly endangering safety while using a dangerous weapon? Answer, yes.
Almost there.
We, the jury, find the defendant, Darrell E. Brooks, guilty of hit and run as charged in count
Down to the
68
hit and runs.
of the information. Did the accident involve death to Virginia Sorensen? Answer, yes. Dated today's date and signed by the foreperson. We, the jury, find the defendant, Darrell E. Brooks, guilty of hit and run as charged in count 69 of the
Gentleman
information.
sitting to the side of the prosecution
today's
table is, I
date
believe,
and
one of
signed
the
by the
attorneys, one of the
foreperson.
prosecutors.
Did the accident involve death to Leanna Owen?
I haven't
Answer,
gotten a sight
yes.
on who specifically it is, but if it's the same person that's been sitting there for a while. Oh,
We, the jury,
right here,
find
this
the
guy with the blue
defendant,
tie?
Darrell E. Brooks, guilty
Or do you mean
of hit and
sitting
run
next to the
as
wall?
charged in
Him,
count
I don't know.
70 of the information, dated
But
today's
this gentleman
date
closest to
and
the
signed by
camera is
foreperson.
one of the attorneys.
Did the accident involve death to Tamara Durand? Answer, yes. We, the jury, find the defendant, Darrell E. Brooks,
I think
guilty
I
of
think
hit
it's a
and run
civilian bailiff.
as charged in count 71
Yeah,
of the information.
That's what he
He's
is.
what?
Dated today's
I think
date
he's a
and signed by
he's
the
a civilian
foreperson.
bailiff.
Did
because
the
the
accident
judge has been
involve
making
death
this
to
distinction.
Virginia Kulik?
The judge has
Yeah.
been making this
Answer,
distinction between
yes.
the sworn officers and the civilians. So I think he's a civilian bailiff of some kind.
We, the jury, find the defendant,
Okay, that
Darrell
makes
E.
sense.
Brooks,
So stuck on strings,
guilty
that's
of hit and run
probably
as
who he
charged
is,
in
a
count
civilian
72
bailiff.
of the information.
Interesting that they have that in
Dated
Wisconsin.
today's date and
Ask
signed by the
Natalie
foreperson.
Wisco about that.
Did
Gino
the
Fast,
accident involve death
this
to
trial
Wilhelm
doesn't have
Hostel?
any precedential value.
Answer,
That for
yes.
any sort of precedent, you're looking to the Court of Appeals or State
We,
Supreme
the
Court,
jury, find the defendant,
or
Darrell
United
E.
States Supreme
Brooks,
Court, obviously.
guilty of hit and run as charged
So,
in
but
count
any trial
73
court doesn't
of the
set
information.
any precedent
Dated
for
today's date
for any
and
other
signed by the
cases.
foreperson. Did the accident involve death to Jackson Sparks? Answer, yes.
Shireen says that he's been working with Sue, the
We, the
other
jury,
guy,
find the defendant,
getting papers,
Darrell E.
etc.
Brooks,
Yeah, so maybe a
guilty
citizen
of bail
bailiff then.
jumping as charged in count 74 of the information, dated today's date and signed by the foreperson. We, the jury, find the defendant, Darrell E. Brooks, guilty of bail jumping as charged in count 75 of the information, dated today's date and signed by the foreperson. We, the jury, find the defendant, Darrell E. Brooks, guilty of battery as charged in count 76 of the information, dated today's date and signed by the foreperson. Mr. Brooks, would you like me to poll the jury?
Just do it anyway. Just poll them.
Members of the jury, I'm going to ask each one of you individually to stand up, identify your number for the record, and then state whether the verdicts read in open court are your true verdicts. I'll start with the foreperson. And I'll read your numbers first, so it's a little bit easier. So juror number 11. Were the verdicts read in open court, or are the verdicts, let me rephrase that. The verdicts read in open court, are those your true verdicts?
Yes.
Thank you. Juror number 3. The verdicts read in open court, are those your true verdicts? Yes. Thank you. Juror number 6. The verdicts read in open court, are those your true verdicts?
It is.
Thank you. Juror number 14. The verdicts read in open court, are those your true verdicts?
Yes.
Thank you. Juror number 19. The verdicts read in open court, are those your true verdicts?
Yes.
Thank you. Juror number 27. The verdicts read in open court, are those your true verdicts?
Yes.
Thank you. Juror number 34. The verdicts read in open court, are those your true verdicts?
Yes.
Thank you. Juror number 41. The verdicts read in open court, are those your true verdicts?
Yes.
Thank you. Juror number 45. The verdicts read in open court, are those your true verdicts?
Yes.
Thank you.
All yes.
Juror number
All
46.
yes.
All
So
of them.
very
Verdicts
much
read in
yes.
open
Yes
court.
on
are those
everything.
your
Possible
true
way,
verdicts?
yes.
Thank you. Juror number 48. The verdicts read in open court, are those your true verdicts?
They are, Your Honor.
Thank you. Juror number 51. The verdicts read in open court, are those your true verdicts?
Yes.
Thank you. I should state for the record, I did have the alternates brought back in. Obviously, they did not deliberate, but it was important to have them because there are certain instructions I give at the end.
I half expected her to
Right,
say,
Mr. Brooks, are you
but
satisfied
we
with the
wanted them
polling
to give
of
their opinions
the
too, and
jurors?
just to say that they also would have convicted him.
Well, that's
sorry?
unfortunate.
No.
The court is so satisfied with the polling of
Are you
the jurors.
satisfied? No, I'm not feeling real
The court
satisfied. I
now
mean, that's an
accepts
honest
the
answer, right?
verdicts.
Yeah. Stuck on strings. I think so. I can at
I'm
least tell you
Ladies
that
and gentlemen,
male, female,
on behalf
there were
of
7
myself,
male
the citizens of
jurors
Waukesha
and then
County,
5 female
and both
jurors
parties
is
here,
what
I want to
I
thank you for the
read.
time and attention that you've spent on this case. Your service in this case is now concluded.
Yay, we're
There's
free.
no requirement that you maintain secrecy concerning what happened in the jury room, but you do not have to discuss the case with anyone or answer any questions about it. On behalf, again, of the court and all of the parties, we thank you for your service over the last 3.5 weeks. You are discharged and free to go. All rise for the jury, please.
This, of course, is not to take away from the seriousness of this proceeding. But yeah, I mean, that's a common feeling, right? Is it feels like we have won. Everyone, society has won by getting this guy locked up for the rest of his life.
Thank you. Be seated. Anything from the state at this time?
Interlocution.
Your Honor, the
with
state
Mr.
moves
Cat.
for judgment on the verdict as to each and every count.
Anything from you, Mr. Brooks?
What is judgment?
The judgment is where I say yes.
Given the verdicts from the jury here today, the court will enter judgments of conviction based upon the verdicts on all 76 counts. Court will also revoke bond. In this case, I plan on bringing the case in Monday, this coming Monday, the 31st at 1 p.m. to address further scheduling. What I would ask the parties to do between now and then is to determine how long you think each side will need to present their sentencing remarks, whether you anticipate anyone speaking on your behalf. If so, how many, how long, so that I can then look at my calendar and adjust and make sure that I have the appropriate amount of time to do that. I'm not going to sentencing on Monday. It is just for further scheduling at 1 p.m. before my afternoon case.
Judge, would you be willing to consider persons appearing by Zoom for sentencing?
Yes, I would not do anything different than what I've been doing since we started utilizing Zoom, and that is to make it available for both victims and family members of the defendant if they so choose to make statements over Zoom.
Okay, thank you. That
You're welcome.
helps us in our planning.
All right. All right, then. Thank you, everyone. We are adjourned for today. We'll see you all on Monday.
All right. Interlocution, thanks so much for your super chat. Says, bye-bye, Mr. I don't consent to being called by that name, Brooks. You're going to prison for all eternity. Yep.
One more song for Mr. Brooks.
Suck a dick, suck a dick, suck a motherfucking dick, suck a dick, suck a huge or small.
Oh no. You got me. All right. It's always great having Kurt on the channel.
I'm here to help.
All right. But, I agree with the sentiment. Always trying to keep it classy, but I agree with the sentiment. um, yes,
Oh,
we are
I actually have to go. I have
on
an
that note.
appointment. I have an appointment 7 minutes ago, so I got to go attend to this. Let me do that.
Oh, shoot. Yeah. Okay. But Kurt,
Thanks.
thanks so much for hanging out with me, talking about
All right.
this, talking about chess. I'll see you
I'll
later.
talk to you soon. All right.
Okay. Bye. All right. So, of course, Kurt kind of left me hanging there with that last last bit. It's always fun having Kurt on the channel. You never know what you're gonna get. So, all right, this was a very, very, very guilty verdict. Guilty on all counts. This is exactly what should happen. This is justice has prevailed. And I think everyone is satisfied, if not happy, right? Happy might not be the word for it because there's a lot of tragedy. There's a lot of emotions in that courtroom. We could hear it, right? We could hear it with the outburst that happened after the second guilty verdict came in. There was a gentleman that said, "Rot in hell, you piece of shit," or something like that. Kicked out of the courtroom. It's proper for him to be kicked out of the courtroom, of course. But I think that I don't know of literally anyone that disagrees with that sentiment, right? Because if you've been following this trial at all, you understand that this is number one, a massive tragedy. Over 60 people were hit in a matter of minutes by his car, by Darrell Brooks driving his car. And now he is a convicted murderer on multiple counts. He's got multiple felonies on top of that. And he's going away for a very, very long time. I hope so. So we will be keeping track of the sentencing hearing. That'll be interesting to watch as well, to see if his behavior changes at all then. But we'll see. I think that before let me get some super chats here. So, all right. I think that okay. Yeah, I got most of these. And here's a question also from earlier. Mantha Johnny says, question, is it jail time or is there possible if death with all these first degree found? Yes. No. Wisconsin is one of the states that has actually outlawed the death penalty in the United States. So that was actually a relatively recent change, if my understanding is correct. So death is off the table. He's going to be spending hopefully the rest of his life in prison. If things are working the way that they should with a verdict like this, with murder charges like this, he should be going away for the rest of his life. HWS, thanks so much for your super chat. Says, big win for everyone, 3 a.m. already. Good night, guys. Oh, good night. Thanks so much for hanging out with us through this jury verdict. Now, I will say, yesterday we shared the GoFundMe for the families that was verified through GoFundMe. So we shared a link to that yesterday in the chat, and I wish I still had that handy because I would totally put it in the chat. Maybe Secret Mix Girl still has it handy, because then we could put it in the chat just to sort of like feel like we can do something good out of this, because it's easy to watch this and then to see it as entertainment and then kind of move on from that and go to something else that's entertaining. I don't want it to be lost, though, that there's a lot of suffering here. And I know that in the chat yesterday and today, at least on this channel, people were very much in their emotions. And that is absolutely the place to be at a time like this. But I do want to say that we have an opportunity at this point, right? Because there's a lot of darkness in this trial. There's a lot of darkness that people feel as a result of watching this trial. And I think that one of the things that we can do is to try to be a light in this world. Do something to, oh, here it is. Secret Mix Squirrel got the link in the chat, and I will pin that as well. Okay. So I'm going to pin that in the chat. So if anybody wants to donate to the families of the Waukesha Christmas parade massacre, the families that have been affected by it, but please do donate, because that's a good way to sort of do something good out of all of this, because that's what we should do when we witness something like this, when we go through an experience like this. We should take a moment to reflect how we can try to individually put some sort of a balance out back in the universe, right? Even if it's hugging your family members or your friends this Christmas when you see people, because these other family members in Waukesha don't have that opportunity. Take advantage of that. Tell the people that you love them now before it's too late. Call someone now that you haven't talked to in a while, but maybe have thought about. Give them a call and tell them I'm thinking about you and I hope you're doing well and I love you. If that's appropriate, of course. But I think that that's something that is at least helpful to close out on a subject like this, is to turn it on its head in that respect. So, and I know that the folks in this chat are of that kind, and of that caliber. So I encourage you guys to think about that. So, okay. Anyway, with all of that, let me get one more super chat here. Jill, thanks so much for the super chat. Says, I wonder if he will survive jail. Man, I don't know, because he's harmed a lot of people that could have people behind bars as well. And his antics certainly haven't helped him in this situation, right? To garner any kind of sympathy. So, but we will see. Okay. So, one more super chat just came up. Yunin Stealthfoot, thanks so much for the super chat. Says, could the feds come in and charge him again with hate crimes? Potentially. I mean, I know that there's been a lot of talk about hate crimes, but I will say, and I said this yesterday as well, hate crimes are difficult to convict someone on. You've got to have something that really shows that extra plus that elevates it from a normal crime to a hate crime. And it's usually going to be something along the lines of comments made around the crime, other indications, other factors showing that he was actually targeting people because they were of a particular race. I know that there's been a lot of talk about his social media posts on I think Facebook or elsewhere prior to this happening. I don't know. I haven't looked at those closely enough to be able to really give much of an evaluation as to whether that's enough. But I will just say that it's difficult to convict on something like that. So, all right. Thanks so much. Oh, and apparently there's a news conference. I see Sandra Ramirez. I see that in the chat that you tagged me. Thank you. Let me see. Okay. So there's going to be a press conference at 1 p.m. East Coast time. So in another 25 minutes. All right. Well, then in that case, I will open up that window and keep track. And we will go back to talking about some chess drama, or chess scandal, I should say. Jenny Gossi, thanks so much for your super chat. Thank you. So, okay. We've been talking about this whole chess scandal, right? And kind of examining these bits and pieces of everything, and whether or not, the last thing that we were talking about before the verdict came in was about whether or not this analysis of Hans Niemann's correlation with his chess plays with the AI engine, whether that is an accurate way of measuring these things. And I think that there's been enough in here to suggest that there could be potential issues with it, right? So I found that to be very, very interesting. And I'm not saying that I'm coming to the defense of Hans Niemann here, because I really don't know one way or another. I'm still very much digging through this. This has been a long deep dive live stream, but we're still really kind of parsing through some of this stuff. And there's a lot to go through even outside of this live stream. So I'm probably not going to be able to cover everything really succinctly or satisfactorily, I should say, because there's just so much detail, and there's so much that's been going on since this actually initially erupted. But what I can do now is we can go through some of what Hans Niemann says happened, and go through kind of from his perspective on the complaint side. And so if there are folks still in the chat that are interested in this topic, if you feel one way or another, let me know. I'm very interested to hear how people are, because I know that this is something that has really divided the chess community as well. I don't know if the sentiment has changed over time in the last week or so, but it's interesting. So yeah, like I said, let me know in the chat here. Okay. I will go ahead and share the complaint so you guys can see here. Okay, let me start at the top here. So, like I said before, this is filed in federal court, but in Missouri. So, and it was just filed almost a week ago. And I will kind of skip down. Yeah, we'll go through the nature of the action, because this is a good way to find pretty much a summary. And I don't know if I've ever actually explained this, but when we're going through any kind of a legal document, there's a lot of redundancy, because these different sections are intended to do different things. So the nature of the action portion is intended to give basically a summary of pretty much what the whole issue is, right? And then after that, we go into the parties, who are the people that are involved here, jurisdiction and venue. That actually is a little bit of a topic more in this case than is normally in other cases. But that's because, when Kurt was on here, he and I were talking about whether or not this is properly filed in Missouri. Normally, this is like getting into the nitty-gritty details for lawyers. So for a lot of people, this can be very boring. But when you consider the fact that if someone files in the wrong court, it can get dismissed, and then they have to take all of this effort to refile in another court. They might have to edit all of this other stuff. So this is all expenses and things that end up potentially making a difference through all of this stuff. For the I should say, it makes a difference for the plaintiff's overall experience, strategy. If you're having to burn money on having to refile these things multiple times, redraft these things multiple times, that can add up. So then it gets into the more detailed facts, which is quite detailed here. So actually, you know what? I think that this is what no, this is a lot to go through in one live stream, especially where we've been going through multiple stuff here. So yeah, we're gonna stick with the nature of the action, and then if folks are still interested in going through, then maybe we can do a little bit more. But I think that for now, we are going to go through just basically the summary part here, which is still relatively long. And folks, like I said, I am also keeping track of the press conference that's going to be happening. So I've got that open in another window, and I'm tracking it. So it should be up, like I said, at 1 p.m. So we've got about 20 minutes before that. So in the meantime, we are going to be going through this and just kind of parsing through it. Okay. And also, I probably should end this poll. I think we were all surprised that he didn't go off emotionally during this verdict. Okay. So, and also just for anyone that can't see the chat, the results of the poll were 67% of people thought that he was going to be emotional, and 32% thought he was going to be stoic. 32% ended up being correct. Okay. So, nature of the action. Now, again, just a reminder, this is a complaint. This is allegations. When somebody drafts a complaint, they don't necessarily have to have any facts. They don't have to have any evidence along with it. All they have to do is to make a coherent argument and make it so that it's something that could be redressed in a court of law. Oh, and also, super chat here from Just Because, thanks so much, says, for a suit filed in the wrong jurisdiction, would that be more on the attorneys or on the client? That's kind of more on the attorneys, because that's a very kind of nitty gritty, detail oriented kind of analysis that is usually going to be within the knowledge of the attorneys. So that's one of those things that also, like, as the attorney, you don't want to have that explanation to your client to say, oh, we filed it in the wrong court and we thought it was going to be here, but the judge, disagreed. And here's our reasoning, but we ended up being wrong. Sometimes because of that, yeah, there's a conversation that can be had also about, like, should the firm pay for this extra filing or should the client pay for this extra filing? It kind of depends on the level of the mistake, but yeah, it's usually the attorney. Okay. Nature of the action. Niemann is a 19-year-old self-taught chess prodigy. He brings this action to recover from the devastating damages that defendants have inflicted upon his reputation, career, and life by egregiously defaming him and unlawfully colluding to blacklist him from the profession to which he has dedicated his life. In 2014, Niemann became the youngest ever winner of the Tuesday night marathon at the Mechanics Institute Chess Club, the oldest chess club in the United States, earning him the title of U.S. Chess Federation Master. By December 2020, is it pronounced FIDE or FIDE? Folks in the chat can let me know. But I know that it says the International Governing Body of Professional Chess awarded Niemann its highest honor by naming him a chess grandmaster. So Sandra Ramirez says, I made an error. The news conference is at 2 p.m., 1 p.m. Central, 2 p.m. East Coast time. Sorry. Oh, that's okay. So that's going to be 2 p.m. East Coast time. Oh, so that's actually like an hour and 15 minutes. Okay. Thanks. Okay. Thanks for letting me know. Alrighty. So, fee day. Okay. Fee day. All right. Yeah. Got it. Thank you guys. Okay. I stand corrected, and I appreciate you guys letting me know so that I don't go through this entire thing pronouncing it FIDE, which is what my instinct would have been. Okay. By October 2022, FIDE ranked Niemann as the 40th best chess player in the world, tied for the fourth youngest player in the top 50. Chess is Niemann's life. His gift for playing chess earned him a scholarship to prestigious Columbia Grammar and Preparatory School in New York City, a school he could only attend by simultaneously working full-time to support himself financially. Since the age of 16, Niemann's sole means of supporting himself has been from the money he makes teaching chess and participating in chess tournaments. Prior to the events giving rise to the complaint, Niemann lived out of a suitcase, traveling the world to compete in chess tournaments. Defendant Sven Magnus Carlsen, that's a long name, or Carlsen, is a 31-year-old chess player from Norway. He is presently the 5-time reigning world chess champion and highest-ranked chess player in history. Carlsen has exploited his notoriety and success in chess to create an incredibly lucrative global brand and online chess company, the Play Magnus Group, Play Magnus. Prior to the acts giving rise to this complaint, Play Magnus proudly touted Niemann as one of its brand ambassadors. Over the years, Play Magnus has grown into one of the largest online chess companies in the world, second only to the multi-billion-dollar behemoth Chess.com, LLC. In August 2022, Chess.com agreed to acquire Play Magnus for nearly $83 million and merge the two companies in order to monopolize the chess world. Carlsen, having solidified his portion as the king of chess, believes that when it comes to chess, he can do whatever he wants and get away with it. This is some shade right here. I mean, and this is what is common in all of these complaints here, right? There's bound to be a certain amount of shade that's thrown in any complaint. So basically saying he can do things with no consequence, and that's partly why I'm filing this lawsuit. In other words. On September 4th, 2022, Niemann soundly defeated Carlsen during an in-person game at the prestigious Sinkfield Cup chess tournament in St. Louis, Missouri. So like I said, this is all relatively recent. This is developed very quickly. Notably, this was not the first time that Niemann beat Carlsen at chess, just the first time he did so at a FIDE-sanctioned event. Niemann's upset victory effectively dashed Carlsen's two remaining statistical ambitions, namely achieving a 2,900 FIDE performance rating for the first time in history and breaking his own world record unbeaten streak in FIDE-sanctioned events. These accomplishments, if achieved, would have solidified Carlsen as arguably the greatest chess player of all time and made his burgeoning chess empire even more valuable. Making matters worse for Carlsen, Niemann embarrassed Carlsen by playfully taunting him during his post-match interview. Notorious for his inability to cope with defeat, Carlsen snapped, enraged that the young Niemann, fully 12 years his junior, dared to disrespect the king of chess. Fearful that the young prodigy would further blemish his multi-million-dollar brand by beating him again, Carlsen viciously and maliciously retaliated against Niemann by falsely accusing Niemann without any evidence of somehow cheating during their in-person game and demanding that the organizers of the Sinkfield Cup immediately disqualify Niemann from the tournament. So again, there's more shade here in this paragraph. Notorious for his inability to cope with defeat, Carlsen snapped. I don't know Carlsen well enough, I don't know Niemann well enough to know what their reputations are. So I don't know if this is accurate or not, or if this is just Niemann basically coming in with puffery and bravado. Either way, doesn't necessarily impact the success of this complaint. When tournament officials refused to comply with Carlsen's corrupt and cowardly demand to baselessly eliminate Niemann from competition, Carlsen lashed out again, this time by boycotting the remainder of the Sinkfield Cup in protest, an unprecedented act for a top chess professional, let alone the reigning world champion. Carlsen then confirmed his defamatory accusations against Niemann with a provocative post on Twitter, which had the intended effect of disseminating Carlsen's false accusations that Niemann had cheated against him across the globe. Okay, so it seems like the defamatory statement is Carlsen saying at the Sinkfield Cup, saying Niemann cheated. And then it seems like there's a second defamatory statement that's being alleged here, which is he posted something on Twitter, which I believe is the letter that Kurt started to read earlier on the stream. Carlsen then confirmed his defamatory accusations against Niemann with a provocative post on Twitter, which had the intended effect of disseminating Carlsen's false accusations that Niemann had cheated against him across the globe. So, but I will say that this could be just very cleverly crafted, the sentence, by saying he confirmed his defamatory accusations as opposed to republishing. Because when we're talking about someone making defamation accusations or defamatory accusations against someone, we're talking about them making a statement that is a lie about that individual and that they are doing so with a certain level of intent. And when we're talking about a second statement, usually we're going to be talking about that statement being somehow republished, or they're going to be making a separate statement that is also defamatory, that is equally defamatory in some way. And actually, at this point in time, let me run down real quick the elements of defamation. And the elements of defamation in a case like this, where we're talking about two public figures, right? Because these are people that have reputations across the world. In the chess world, which is not small, right? In terms of like, if you compare the numbers to a lot of other sports around the world, the numbers are actually bigger for people that pay attention to chess. Oh, look, he's back. Hey, Kurt.
My appointment got rescheduled, so I'm back.
Oh, okay. Well, cool. So there's a press conference that is scheduled. We originally thought it was going to be like 9 minutes from now, but it's going to be like an hour and 9 minutes from now. So I'm going through the complaint and through the basic summary of the nature of the accusations and kind of going through it here. So let's continue going through it. Okay. So, right. What I was going to say is that I was starting to go through defamation, right? Because we're talking about two public figures. So in order for Niemann to win on a defamation claim against Carlsen, against chess.com, against Hikaru Nakamura, any of these individuals that he's filed against, he has to show not only that they stated something that was a lie about him. That's just one element. Saying something about him that is untrue is one thing. Then he also has to show that they made the statement with actual malice because he's a public figure. So he has to show that they said it either knowing that what they said was false or with reckless disregard as to the truth or falsity of the statement. And then finally, he has to show damages. He's got to show he has to show that the statement was made to other people. So, I mean, the statement being made to other people, that's easy. Damages, it seems like he does have reputational harm as a result of this whole thing. But I think that the actual malice piece is going to be really hard for him in any of these situations, right? I think the lowest hanging fruit for removing someone is Hikaru Nakamura, because as we talked about earlier, we were talking about how he's just kind of commenting on what he sees in front of him. So in order for there to be actual malice, you have to show that Hikaru Nakamura was basically lying about what he said, that he knew that there was some other way of explaining these things, and that he just decided to like throw that all aside and just throw this guy under the bus. So I think to bring it back to that particular defendant, I don't think that he is going to be in this lawsuit for very much longer. But then even all the other individuals, right? Like chess.com ran their own analysis on Hans Niemann, and they made their statement based on certain data that they found. And Magnus Carlsen, he can rely on the things that he saw in front of him. He can rely on the things that he knew at the time, and to say, look, I think that there's something that's gone askew here. I don't think that there's been fair play. So that, I mean, even if that ends up being false, if he has literally any reasonable, rational reason for thinking the way that he did, this is not a case that I think Hans Niemann is going to win.
Yep. I mean, I think that that's basically correct in the analysis. I think the public figure status of Hans Niemann is open to some debate. In terms, I don't think just because you're a grandmaster necessarily makes you a public figure, even if he's 40th ranked in the world. I need a little bit more. I think Magnus Carlsen's obviously a public figure, no doubt, in every possible sense.
Okay.
But let's assume that public figure status is the correct analysis. Then yeah, you have to show that you actual knowledge of falsity or recklessly disregard the truth. So for example, for Magnus, then with his statements like, I've got hidden information. Well, if he doesn't, then that would be him making shit up, which would be him actually knowing it's lies, which would be actual malice, right? I mean, I'm assuming a lot, obviously, because I don't know, but I'm just showing how it's possible. Hikaru Nakamura's statements I've not found to be defamatory, really on their face. I find the merits just to be really, really weak. I find what he's doing to just be commentary analysis on the news generally. I don't really understand him to be making accusations. The total context, and defamation is always understood in total context, is his qualifying his language and just trying to talk about things that are in the chess news. He's a major chess commentator. The idea you wouldn't talk about it is kind of ridiculous. So like for me, the public figure status of, I mean, Hikaru Nakamura is a public figure. I agree with that, but I think the case is so weak on the merits, not to mention the personal jurisdiction problems of how is this connected to Missouri.
Yeah.
So I don't think he's long in this lawsuit.
Yeah, I think you're right. And well, I will say, so even if we wanted to take it down a step from public figure status, right? So let's say he's not a public figure. There's also the step of a limited purpose public figure, right?
Sure.
So I mean, so even if he's known in the chess world, if he's not known generally speaking to the general masses, but he's known in the chess world, if he's known to the people to whom these statements were made, these various statements, these allegedly defamatory statements were made, and he's, I mean, given from his ranking, I think that that's a pretty safe bet to say is that he's at the very least a limited purpose public figure, because that's where you have somebody that is, maybe they aren't widely known, they're not a household name, but within a specific environment, they are very well known because they are either a professional in an environment or they have put themselves out to the public within the context of a very specific issue. He's arguably known within this world, known enough, I think, to be a limited purpose public figure, in which case you would still get to actual malice.
Given the overall trend of the case law, I would be forced to agree. Yeah, the overall trend of the case law seems to be extending public figure status more liberally. So I think in the light of the current case law, you're correct. Limited purpose.
Yeah. So he still has these issues that he would have to overcome, and this is even before really digging into like the nitty gritty details of the complaint. So that's my thoughts, kind of just going into it.
$100 million is also ridiculous in damages.
Yeah,
Not that it particularly matters for the purposes of jurisdiction, but it's one of those absurd numbers to be an absurd number,
but
which is a little annoying.
I will say that when it comes to the amount that someone is asking for, it does need to be based on something, right? And if you let's say this goes to trial, right? And then you have a jury that's sitting there, they hear all of the facts in the case one way or another. It's not something that really should impact them, like how much the plaintiff is asking for. But if it's a massive amount and the harms that they went through don't seem to really fit that big number, and they're kind of already on the fence, or maybe already kind of thinking, we don't really like this guy, or we don't really believe this guy, I should say, that is something that could psychologically impact a jury. Not saying that it should, but it could
Psychologically
because they could
impact
say,
the judge. We won't even get that far. It'll psychologically impact the judge, because judges look at cases, and if you have weak parts of your case, right, this is one of the things you think about at every stage. You think about the trial stage, you think about when you're presenting to the jury, you think about appeal stage, right? If you have a lot of good arguments and you throw in some bad arguments, it tends to drag everything down. It doesn't tend to elevate the bad arguments. It tends to drag down the good arguments. It's like, this is a rotten apple, so the entire batch is bad. This is more the psychology I see. So I think the wise lawyer has to eliminate weaknesses because it makes the overall thing weak. I think the judge is more likely to review this with an increasingly skeptical eye because of that. It's an unforced error, or at least I would. I'm just speaking to my own human beings, right? It's like, well, this part is weak, so maybe everything's weak.
Yeah. And that's why when someone is putting together what kind of claims are going to be in a complaint, sometimes it's better to not have everything in there, right? Because that can negatively impact the overall image of your case, right? You want to be judicious. You want to go in for the claims that you think that you have a decent chance of winning. I will also say this, that a complaint like this, and especially, we're only like 9 paragraphs into this complaint so far, but you can tell that this complaint, which was filed just like almost a week ago, this was after how many weeks of this scandal growing and growing and growing since the Sinkfield Cup. This complaint also has the effect of being a PR piece, right? We've seen this in so many other cases, right? Like all of the filings in the surrounding the Rust shooting tragedy, right? The where Alec Baldwin was holding the gun, whether he shot it or not is disputed, right? But it ended up going off, and it passed through the cinematographer. Yeah, I think so too. The FBI came back with their report. They said there's nothing wrong with the gun. So, we've seen through these various filings over time that these things can also serve two purposes, right? There's the court of law and there's a court of public opinion. And I think that here he's really trying to put this, he's trying to frame this whole scandal in a way that is as beneficial to him and as safe to him, that is also like intended for the public here, I think. And there's nothing necessarily wrong with that, but it's interesting to look at it through that perspective to see what exactly he's saying here. That may not necessarily be so much about legal arguments, not so much about legal strategy, but it's just, I want my story to be told. And here is a place where things can be crafted by a lawyer. You know, it's also, I can make all kinds of accusations against other people, and it's safe to do it this way because no one will sue me for defamation by putting all of these things in this, because there is a litigation privilege, right? So folks that aren't aware, you can say pretty much anything you want if it's in a legal filing and it's filed in a court, and not necessarily elsewhere, but just in that filing. You can not have to worry about defamation because there's something called the litigation privilege that says that you can make whatever accusations you want. So this is, and that was one of the things that we noticed about the armorer in the Rust case, right? Is that she didn't make really any public statements at all, even though Alec Baldwin was making statement after statement after statement. And then she instead decides to file a lawsuit. She files a complaint, and that's where we get everything from her perspective. So it's interesting to see these
It's like
lawsuits.
she talked to a lawyer.
Yep.
Unlike some people,
like Alec Baldwin, who instead goes on George Stephanopoulos to basically line pretty much everything up in a video, essentially showing that he shot the cinematographer, just missing like one little piece.
Yeah.
So anyway, we don't need to go too much further down that path, but we can bring this back to this complaint if you want to keep going through it, because I think it's interesting to see how this language kind of comes out in a complaint like this.
Sure.
All right. So days later, Carlsen was scheduled to play Niemann again in a Julius Baer Generation Cup. Rather than seek to redeem himself from his unexpected loss to Niemann, Carlsen, the king of chess, gutlessly forfeited the game after making one move, and then issued a press release repeating his false accusations that Niemann had cheated against him at the Sinkfield Cup. So it sounds like there's now a third statement that Niemann alleges that were defamatory that he made about Niemann.
Mhm.
Carlsen's unprecedented actions, coupled with his unfounded accusations, sent shockwaves through the chess world and instantly thrust Niemann into the center of what is now widely reported as the single biggest chess scandal in history. Due to his unparalleled stature and influence in the chess community, Carlsen knew that, one, the public would believe his accusations of cheating against Niemann, even though Carlsen had no legitimate basis to believe Niemann actually cheated against him. Two, he could ensure that no reputable chess tournament would invite Niemann to compete in the future. And three, his false accusations would cause other top chess players to boycott Niemann as well. So I mean, he says here that Carlsen had no legitimate basis to believe Niemann actually cheated against him. But is that actually the case? I haven't reviewed any analysis of behavioral analysis of Niemann during that match at the Sinkfield Cup. So I don't know if he, for example, got up to go to the bathroom and then came back at any point in time during this whole thing. That would be interesting.
His explanation. I mean, if I'm thinking about this from Magnus' point of view, I'm thinking about the press conference that Niemann gave, where he was interviewed asking about his chess moves, and his explanations didn't seem to make any sense. And the person who was interviewing him was analyzing it better, even though he wasn't playing the game. So his explanations seemed to not show that he understood what he was doing. So it could be based on that.
Interesting. So was now, in terms of the statement, the timing of the statement, was Magnus Carlsen's initial complaint about cheating, his allegation about cheating, was that before or after Niemann made that statement?
I don't know.
Because that would be important to know. So, okay. Um, all right. Following Carlsen's defamatory accusations, a flurry of independent and unbiased sources, including the tournament organizers and arbiters of the Sinkfield Cup, FIDE, and the world's foremost experts in cheat detection, have uniformly confirmed that there is no evidence that that Niemann cheated in any of his games against Carlsen, including at the Sinkfield Cup, particularly given the more than ample anti-cheating security measures used at the event. Unbiased top chess analysts have dissected Niemann and Carlsen's Sinkfield Cup game in excruciating detail and concluded that Niemann's victory resulted more from Carlsen's particularly poor play than Niemann's particularly exceptional play, which that can absolutely be true. That can absolutely be true, and still Magnus can say what he thinks and it not be defamatory.
Potentially.
Hypothetically speaking. But I mean, I don't know. Is this uniformly confirmed? I mean, this is what he says, but I don't know.
I don't believe anyone has come forward and said that they believe, based on some sort of statistical or algorithmic analysis, that they believe that he's cheated in across the board play. I believe that's true.
Yeah. Okay.
So if that's the same thing as confirming there's no evidence, which it's really not, but whatever.
Yeah, that might be overplaying his hand, so to speak.
Yeah.
Okay. So, I mean, but again, these analyses have been done ostensibly after at least one of these statements was made by Magnus Carlsen. Is my guess, at least from the way that this has been written.
Oh, sure. Yeah, that analysis wouldn't come for quite some time later.
Yeah. So I mean, even if it's true, like even if let's say Magnus Carlsen said he was cheating, and then a bunch of people come in and independently, objectively analyze it, and they say, no, I don't think that's what was happening. And then Magnus says, oops, I was wrong. That's still not necessarily defamation.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, Natalie, how's it going?
Hey,
Hi.
it's Natalie.
Hi.
Been a while. How you been?
Oh, I'm fine. I actually had to do work this morning, so I didn't actually get your message until right now, even though it was later.
No.
I'm assuming we had all guilties.
Yeah.
All guilties.
Okay.
All
Because
guilties.
I saw the first 12 or something, but then I had a phone conference, and so
we did have one question for you because you live in this state.
I do.
Based on what the judge's remarks is, it's my understanding, and feel free to correct me if I'm wrong, there are both uniform sworn bailiffs and civilian bailiffs.
Yes.
So is that a thing, and how's that work and why?
It really depends upon the court. So the civilian bailiffs are usually used more in jury trial context, like kind of controlling dealing with the jury type of stuff. There are some who specifically do that. And then, we refer to them more as the court officers. What you might normally consider a bailiff in most courts would be a citizen here. There's court officers and then there's bailiffs. Those are two different things. Is the people who are in uniform are just court officers. They can, in some courtrooms, depending, serve as a bailiff. It really just depends upon staffing resources, really.
Okay.
Cool.
Okay. So I don't think that there were any in the Rittenhouse trial, were there?
Yeah, there were 3, but that's the thing is they were dealing with
They just blend in.
Yeah. they
Okay.
I mean, at least in Racine and Kenosha, they usually just have black suit coats on. So you might not necessarily notice them. They more there were at least 3 of them, wandering around Rittenhouse. So
okay. I mean, that makes sense. It was a very high profile trial.
Being specifically noticed. So
makes sense. Probably would get in the way of them doing their job.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, so otherwise what we're doing right now is we're going through the chess scandal that is rocking the world of chess. Have you heard anything about this cheating scandal?
I'm hearing about it for the first time now, so I'm excited to learn.
Oh, okay. Well, we're going through.
Why
so
not
we
little?
went.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, we went through like a lot of the background kind of stuff in the case, like while we were waiting for the verdict to come out. And now we're looking through the complaint that has been filed here by the individual who says that he's been unfairly called out for cheating because he says that it's not
Is he
true.
the froey guy?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. He's the froey guy. 19-year-old. And I don't know that this is going to be a good case for him. I mean, Kurt and I went through the elements of defamation, and we said realistically, him being able to prove his case with actual malice is going to be ridiculously difficult. But in some defendants more than others. So yeah, we're just
How
going
many people
through.
is he suing?
What's that?
How many people are being sued?
3
There
people.
are 3 people and one company, chess.com.
Okay.
So, yeah. Oh, and
Tell me
also
more.
just-
I'm excited to learn.
cool. All right. And so there's also going to be a press conference for the Waukesha
Oh.
case,
Yeah.
which is going to be in another like 45 minutes.
Oh, I'll just come
So-
back for that. Do you mind?
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
That's
I'm
fine.
gonna get some other stuff
Well,
done in
yeah.
the meantime, and I'll just come back for the press conference.
Yeah. Okay.
All right, I'll
I'll
be
see you
back.
later.
Well, that's just as well because I rescheduled my appointment for 1 o'clock, so we can switch out places.
Oh, there we go. We'll keep her company.
Perfect.
Excellent.
Yay.
I'll be back.
All right. See you, Natalie. All right. So let's go on. Okay. All right. Nonetheless, following Carlsen's baseless and retaliatory accusations, Carlsen unleashed his media empire to fan the flames of Carlsen's cheating accusations, drown out the legitimate evidence refuting them, blacklist Niemann from top-level chess tournaments, and protect at any cost his eponymous Play Magnus brand and status as king of chess, quote unquote. I mean, this is it's blustery. It's gonna be blustery. This is
A little
a
blustery.
complaint. Yeah, a
But it's
little
not
bit.
bad.
Yeah,
It's a little
yeah, not-
blustery, a little self-serving, but what else do you expect?
exactly. It's going to be written in the best way possible for Niemann. Almost immediately thereafter, chess.com, in collusion with Carlsen and Play Magnus, immediately banned Niemann from its website and all of its future events to lend credence to Carlsen's unsubstantiated and defamatory accusations of cheating.
The timing
Okay.
is correct. The problem of the collusion, though, is not established. If you see
Yeah.
anything in this complaint that establishes collusion between the parties, let me know, because that goes to this conspiracy idea. Like they were looking to buy Play Magnus's app for $80 million, so they had an ongoing business arrangement. They had motivation to do things to
Mhm.
maintain the value of the brand, if for no other reason. So they had motivation, but I have not seen fact one in this complaint that shows evidence of a conspiracy or collusion.
Right. Because, I mean, think about this in another way. You can have someone go out on social media or on TV and say things that are, racist, misogynistic, what have you. And then all of a sudden, the brand that has been supporting their lifestyle decides, we don't want to support you anymore. That's also something that can happen, right? Independently of any other individuals acting acting in these circumstances. So chess.com could have seen that and said, well, this guy's caught up in a cheating scandal. We're going to ban him from this because that's not good for our business to give him access to our stuff. Because that impacts our bottom line, that impacts our credentials, our reputation if we are allowing someone who is embroiled in this kind of a mess to be brought on. So that could be another way of looking at it. Part B, defendant Hikaru Nakamura, chess.com's most influential streaming partner, acting in collusion with Carlsen and chess.com, published hours of video content amplifying and attempting to bolster Carlsen's false cheating allegations against Niemann with numerous additional defamatory statements.
Disagree with the characterization and also no evidence of collusion.
Yeah. I mean, the fact that he is talking about this whole controversy, if he's someone who talks about these kinds of things regularly, that doesn't seem like there's anything out of line here for him. Okay. Chess.com executive, so the part C, Chess.com executive Danny Rensch issued defamatory press releases and leaked defamatory reports, quote unquote, to prominent press outlets, falsely accusing Niemann of lying in his post-match Sinkfield Cup interview regarding his use of a chess engine in a handful of recreational online games when he was a child to bolster Carlsen's unsubstantiated defamatory accusations that Niemann cheated against him at the Sinkfield Cup. Okay. I mean, I would like to see what's actually in those press releases. My guess is that it's elsewhere in the complaint. But falsely accusing him of lying in his post-match Sinkfield Cup interview. I mean, if that's his opinion, that's his opinion, right? Like, someone can look at anything that someone says on social media or on TV and say that person is lying. That doesn't necessarily mean that that's defamatory. That's an opinion that they're stating there, and opinions are not the basis of defamation. Now, of course, if there's factual assertions that are implied with that opinion, that changes things. But I don't know. I mean, at least not with this little summary here. I don't think that there's enough here. Despite the falsity of defendant's accusations, defendant's malicious defamation and unlawful collusion has, by design, destroyed Niemann's remarkable career in its prime and ruined his life. As a result of Play Magnus and Chess.com's collusion to blacklist him from chess, Niemann can no longer compete in any online Chess.com or Play Magnus tournaments and will not receive invitations to in-person events sponsored by Chess.com or Play Magnus, which collectively comprise the majority of FIDE-sanctioned chess tournaments. Well, I mean, I also can understand him getting blackballed from Play Magnus just because Magnus Carlsen doesn't want him there. I don't know.
That's the real problem. Magnus says, I refuse to play this guy. Basically, every chess tournament is now effectively in potentially a position having to choose. You know which choice they're going to make. So that basically winds up blackballing him. So, I mean, he's not wrong.
Yeah. Yeah. But I mean, when it comes to Play Magnus, I mean, should Magnus Carlsen have the ability to choose if he doesn't want to play against someone, or should he be forced to play against someone? I can't see of any circumstance where someone can be forced to play against someone that they don't want to.
Right.
So that's another potential issue here for Hans Niemann. Already,
well, the chess tournaments could always say, like, we're going to let him play, and if you don't want to play against him, you can forfeit the game, and that's going to lower your rating because you're not going to play. So
right. Well, but when it comes to Play Magnus tournaments, though, that's owned by Magnus Carlsen, right?
Yeah, for the moment, sure.
Okay.
Because they're trying to sell to chess.com, but yeah.
Oh, is he? Okay.
Yeah, as I said, they're trying to buy Play Magnus for $80 million.
Okay. Okay, I see. Already, based on defendant's defamatory accusations, the Chess.com Global Championship revoked Niemann's invitation to play in the tournament in October 2022, even though Niemann earned that invitation through his exceptional play. 2, teenage grandmaster Vincent Kiemer canceled his upcoming game with Niemann in Germany. 3, the Tata Steel Chess Tournament, one of chess's most prestigious tournaments, immediately ceased its ongoing arrangements for Niemann to play in its January 2023 tournament. And 4, Niemann cannot obtain employment as a chess teacher at a reputable school. Yeah, these would all go to him proving damages for it, right?
Mm-hmm. I believe all those things.
Yeah,
I believe I believe that's correct damages. Yeah.
Yeah. I think yeah, that's all appropriate to be placed here. Accordingly, Niemann asserts the following claims against defendants: 1, slander; 2, libel; 3, unlawful group boycott under the Sherman Act; 4, 4, tortious interference with contract and business expectancies; and 5, civil conspiracy. So, okay, interesting. Sherman Act is that's a difficult one to claim. But if he's effectively arguing that by working together, Chess.com and Magnus Play basically make up the entire chess world, that they are gatekeeping improperly to keep him out and to in such a way that it does not promote competition for the consumer. That's what that argument would be. Tortious interference with contract and business expectancies. Maybe. Okay. And then it says Niemann seeks damages in an amount to be determined at trial, but no less than $100 million. So I did see in the chat earlier, people were saying $100 million per defendant, but that's not what this says here. So I think that, I mean, he's saying he's got $100 million as the floor, meaning he's saying I would like to go for more than that. But so far, at least there's nothing here indicating that it's per defendant. Okay, so and then just looking at the where these people are. So okay, so Carlsen is in Norway. Niemann is in Connecticut. The Play Group is a Norway limited liability company. Okay, so that's also Norway. Chess.com is a Nevada limited liability company with a principal place of business in Mountain View, California.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Chess.com's members reside in Utah and California. So principal place of business would be California, but either way, like this is either Nevada or California. No one here is based in, I mean, you've got Nakamura in Florida, you've got Danny Rensch in Utah. So like I was
No one's
just about
based
to
in
say,
Connecticut. Yeah, no one's based in Connecticut. So
or you mean
diversity.
Missouri?
Well, I was thinking about diversity of the parties for diversity jurisdiction.
Right. So yeah, diversity jurisdiction gets you in federal court as opposed to state court. So what we're referring to is there are a couple of ways that a case can land in federal court. The default is it should be in state court. And the question is, does it deserve to be in federal court? One of those is by the diversity of the parties, meaning all of the defendants are from different states from all of the plaintiffs. So you can have multiple defendants that are from the same state, so long as they're not from the same state as any single plaintiff. So Niemann is from Connecticut. No one else on the other side of the ledger is from Connecticut. So this can be something that goes to federal court plus the damages amount. So we've got $100 million is alleged. That's more than enough to get you also into federal court here. Yeah. So the facts then go into FIDE and its oversight of professional chess. This is a lot of detailed background here. Chess.com and its economic dominance in the chess world. Okay. We can skip through that. Basically saying that they have probably effectively a monopoly is probably what he's arguing here. Chess.com's chief chess officer, Rensch. Okay. So talking about his role and how he plays into this somehow. Chess.com's streamer, Hikaru Nakamura. Okay. He operates streaming channels on multiple other social media platforms. Okay. He uses these channels to stream the chess matches he plays online and to offer a grandmaster chess player's insight and commentary on current events in the world of competitive chess. So he says right here on the face of his complaint that this is kind of what he does. There's nothing indicating here that he's specifically targeting Niemann for any reason here so far.
No, and based on what I've seen, I've not seen anything during the live streams that would raise that flag for me.
Yeah.
So I don't really see it.
Yeah. Nakamura has publicly stated that he prioritizes his streaming career over his chess playing career. Okay.
Yeah,
he
and
also
therefore
operates,
what?
Yeah. I that really is a little bit of a nothing burger, but I mean maybe it's just added for some detail, for some nuance. Okay. So he's got a YouTube channel. All right. As Chess.com's most prolific online personality, Nakamura has a well-documented history of abusing his leverage with Chess.com to blacklist competitors, accuse players of cheating, and damage the careers of up-and-coming chess players. Nakamura has also had an acrimonious relationship with Niemann for several years, dating back to when they both worked as streamers for Chess.com. And Nakamura viewed Niemann as a threat to his dominance on chess streaming platforms. I mean, Niemann hasn't said, I mean, unless we scrolled past it, I don't think we did. I haven't seen anything about Niemann's his social media presence, right? I mean, he
No.
did say in that video clip earlier where he said that he basically abandoned all of his social media like presence stuff because of he wanted to prioritize his chess activity or what have you. But okay. I mean, he hasn't shown here like how he was a competitor with Nakamura. Niemann and his meteoric rise from child prodigy to FIDE top 40 player. Niemann is an American chess prodigy. At the age of 11, he became the youngest player to win the Tuesday Night Marathon, a tournament held at the Mechanics Institute Chess Club, the oldest chess club in the United States. This victory earned Niemann the title of U.S. Chess Federation Master. At the age of 16, Niemann, who received no financial support or assistance from his family or anyone else, moved to New York City after receiving a scholarship to attend the prestigious Columbia Grammar and Preparatory School. While in school, Niemann supported himself by teaching chess at other prestigious schools, including the Nightingale Bamford School and the Browning School, and participating in professional chess tournaments. At the age of 17, FIDE granted Niemann the title of Grand Master. Well, this also kind of suggests that he had quite a bit of pressure on him at 16. I mean, if he was paying for everything himself, that can go into why at 16 he was cheating around that time. You know, I don't know if that convinces me one way or another as to whether he continued cheating since then, but it's an interesting kind of detail to line those up. At the age of 17, FIDE granted, okay, I read that. Since then, Niemann, by playing a record number of games in 2021, has been steadily climbing FIDE's ranks. By virtue of his decision to dedicate himself wholly and completely to playing in FIDE-sanctioned chess tournaments, Niemann rose in the rankings to 40th in the world with a FIDE performance rating of 26.99. And then there's Chess.com's merger with Play Magnus to monopolize chess. Okay. In August 2022, shortly before Niemann's victory against Carlsen at the Sinkfield Cup, Play Magnus and Chess.com announced that Play Magnus accepted an offer to be acquired by Chess.com for approximately $83 million, with plans to merge the two companies and monopolize the chess world. The merger's announcement was personally made by Rensch and Carlsen in a split-screen video as depicted below. When Chess.com and Play Magnus announced the merger on August 24th, 2022, they estimated that it would take approximately 6 to 8 weeks to finalize the transaction. Thus, at the time Niemann defeated Carlsen at the Sinkfield Cup, Carlsen and Chess.com were in the midst of negotiating terms for Carlsen's sale of his Play Magnus brand. Upon announcing the merger, it was reported that with this, there is no other realistic chess competitor in sight, apart from an open source and free, is it Lichess or Lichess platform? Sorry, I'm not familiar. Raising questions. How to pronounce?
Yeah, it's an online platform.
But how do you pronounce it?
Lichess is
Lichess.
free open. Lichess is a free open source platform. It's
Okay.
probably number 2, but it's
Okay.
it's non-commercial.
Okay. Raising questions about monopolistic issues in the space and the reasons behind Chess.com's recent price hike. Once completed, the merger will further solidify Chess.com's monopoly over the chess industry by, among other things, providing it total control over Chess24, one of the last few alternatives to Chess.com for online chess, and purchasing the Play Magnus brand, which has become virtually synonymous with chess. Okay, so we're getting into monopoly territory. One thing that I will say is that just because there happens to be a monopoly in a particular industry does not mean that anything illegal is happening. So the prominence of one company or two companies above others doesn't mean that something wrong is afoot. As an example, no one seems to have a problem with the fact that Samsung and Apple basically share the vast majority of the market share in the United States for people with smartphones. It's when certain activities are taken beyond that circumstance to sort of solidify or gatekeep that position to prevent competition from coming out. So if he's starting to say that they were trying to collude against Niemann because they wanted to control this whole market, I'm going to need to see something about Niemann trying to start up a business that is in competition with Chess.com or with Play Magnus. Because him as an individual being mistreated by these two companies is not
Doesn't give him standing to file the antitrust complaint.
Yeah. Exactly.
And you just can't use their lawful activity to bridge to an illegal conspiracy. So
Yeah.
I'm not really buying any of this. I don't see any at this time. I can't see any fix to this lawsuit that will allow them to sue Hikaru. And right now, unless they can fix it, chess.com's out too.
Yeah. I think so too.
Put me on the bench, coach. I'm ready.
Get me on the field. All right. Niemann's surprise upset at the Sinkfield Cup. Between September 1st and September 13th, 2022, Niemann competed in the Sinkfield Cup, an annual FIDE-sanctioned invitation-only chess tournament in St. Louis, Missouri, with a total prize pool of $350,000. The Sinkfield Cup is one leg of the Grand Chess Tour, a series of international chess tournaments featuring the top chess players in the world with a total prize pool of $1.4 million. It's a lot of money. It's a lot of money. All of the matches in the Sinkfield Cup were held live and in person, in other words, over the board. The third round of the Sinkfield Cup took place on September 4th, 2022, with Niemann facing Carlsen. By all accounts, Niemann was a massive underdog, particularly given that Carlsen was playing with the white pieces, which afforded Carlsen the distinct competitive advantage of making the first move in the game. Yet, unlike the vast majority of Carlsen's opponents, Niemann was not intimidated by Carlsen's stature and did not play for a draw like most would have done. Niemann played to win. He attacked Carlsen early and flipped the advantage to the black pieces, which rattled Carlsen for the remainder of the game. Unnerved by Niemann's unexpected confidence and early strategic advantage, Carlsen made numerous mistakes, upon which Niemann capitalized to secure a tremendous victory over Carlsen, which by all accounts should have propelled Niemann's career to the next level and allowed him to continue realizing his enormous potential as the next great American chess player. Unbeknownst to Niemann at the time, defendants would do whatever it took to ensure that this would never happen.
Needs more
Okay.
ominous. Unknown to Niemann at this time, defendants would do whatever it took to ensure this would never happen.
The Dementors were slowly coming in through the corners of the room and
Yes.
making their way over to him in this dark fog. Yeah, let's make it Halloweeny.
Yeah.
But that's what happens with these complaints, right? This is the shade that we're talking about here. Niemann not only beat Carlsen, Niemann embarrassed Carlsen by defeating him with the black pieces and playfully taunting him during and after the match. He also shattered Carlsen's historic 53-game unbeaten streak and made it practically impossible for Carlsen to ever achieve a 2,900 FIDE performance rating.
I don't think that's true. I think he lost like 3 or 7 points. I mean, it's a big deal at his level, but it's not going to destroy his life. Facts, not evidence. Saw that one big time.
Okay. What is more, Niemann handed Carlsen this stunning upset while Carlsen was in the midst of negotiating and finalizing the merger to solidify Carlsen's chess empire around his Play Magnus brand. Okay, I don't see what relevance there is, but maybe it will get highlighted here for us in a minute. Carlsen responds by falsely and baselessly accusing Niemann of cheating. As a result of this shocking defeat, Carlsen snapped. Unable to accept the reality of his unexpected loss, Carlsen reflexively retaliated by defaming Niemann to Michael Khodorkovsky, the executive director of the Grand Chess Tour, falsely accusing Niemann of cheating during their game and demanding that Niemann be immediately disqualified.
Yeah.
Carlsen,
so there's your statement. There's your statement to a third party in Missouri.
Yeah. So that's how Magnus is getting pulled in Missouri. Carlsen knew that Niemann's sudden expulsion from a major professional chess tournament would send a clear, albeit false, message to the public that Niemann cheated. Because Carlsen had absolutely no evidence of Niemann's cheating, Khodorkovsky refused to comply with Carlsen's dictatorial command. Dictatorial. He's a dictator.
Well, he refused to comply, so how much of a dictator is he?
Fair enough. Yet this did not stop Carlsen from disseminating his false and defamatory accusations that Niemann cheated. It merely forced him to be more creative. Carlsen rose to the challenge by first convincing Khodorkovsky to dramatically enhance the anti-cheating measures at the Sinkfield Cup, including by adding military-grade metal detection
I
scans
still have no idea what that
and
is.
a 15-minute tape delay on all broadcasts of tournament games. I will say this, I'm not in the military myself. I've been around the military quite a bit. Mr. Bites is, and military-grade metal detection scans. Maybe I can ask him what that means. I don't know. I have never heard of this.
Yeah.
It is funny. I will say that like when you see commercials that are like military grade toughness on this truck bed or whatever, usually it means nothing. It's just puffery. Just meant to say this sounds really, really, really tough. Sounds really serious. Okay. Anyway, I'll just continue on. Carlsen knew that the sudden, unnecessary, and unexplained implementation of these new anti-cheating measures would be interpreted by the chess community and the public to mean that the tournament operators had a legitimate basis to believe that one or some of its players had cheated. Then, at 2 p.m. on September 5th, 2020, the day after Niemann's shocking upset, Carlsen publicly announced on his Twitter page that he had withdrawn from the Sinkfield Cup. In that Twitter post, Carlsen linked to a video of soccer manager Jose Mourinho famously reacting to a controversial referee decision by saying, "I prefer really not to speak. If I speak, I am in big trouble."
Yeah.
Carlsen's Twitter post is reproduced below.
So it seems based on timing, this tweet is being sent from Missouri.
Mm-hmm.
And he's saying, "I withdraw from the tournament," factual statement, then provides this clip saying, "If I speak, I'm in big trouble." What does that imply? I have hidden facts I'm not telling you. So could it be understood to be conveying the hidden facts? Potentially. So defamation by implication? Potentially. So
Yeah.
it's like we've got ideas that are lending themselves to personal jurisdiction. Now, I'm not saying that these statements by themselves are actionable. I am saying these statements are establishing personal jurisdiction. And then later statements, even not made in Missouri, are all going to get tied backwards. Because if we have jurisdiction for one reason, we have jurisdiction for all reasons.
Yeah.
And so we have some potential problems in dismissing Magnus out the gate.
Yeah, I agree with that. Carlsen knew full well that withdrawing in the middle of a prestigious, high-profile professional chess tournament like the Sinkfield Cup is virtually unheard of for any top-level chess player, let alone the reigning chess world champion, widely considered to be the greatest chess player in history.
He's definitely up there.
By insisting that the Sinkfield Cup imposed enhanced anti-cheating measures after his loss to Niemann, resigning from the tournament immediately thereafter, and then referencing a famous video of a soccer coach refraining from publicly accusing referees of misconduct, Carlsen conveyed a clear and unmistakable message to the public that Niemann only beat Carlsen because Niemann cheated.
It's a reasonable read.
Yeah, that is. As Carlsen intended, the chess world and the public at large received Carlsen's defamatory message loud and clear. On September 6, 2022, WorldChess.com posted an article titled, "Did Hans Niemann Actually Cheat? All the info so far," which stated, yesterday, Magnus Carlsen withdrew from the Sinkfield Cup 2022 after his loss to Hans Niemann in round 3. Multiple tweets, streams, comments, and security checks later, the accusation of Niemann cheating is pretty obvious.
So now Niemann is showing not only could the statements be understood that way, they were understood that way.
Mm-hmm.
So that reduces our speculative need to be like, well, maybe they could be understood this way. Like the day after, people are saying, well, it's obvious there's an accusation of cheating.
Yep.
So, okay, apparently the statements were understood to mean that.
Exactly. And then it goes
Or
on.
at least potentially.
Yeah. On September 7th, 2022, Slate posted an article titled, "The Chess World is Absolutely Losing It Over Cheating Allegations After Massive Upset," stating that Carlsen's implications rocked the chess community, which quickly began speculating online that Niemann must have cheated, despite no evidence of foul play being presented from Carlsen or event organizers.
Same comment.
So, yeah. Also on September 7th, 2022, and ABC News Australia released an article stating that Carlsen announced his withdrawal via a cryptic tweet on Tuesday morning, which was interpreted by many commentators, including leading American Grandmaster Hikaru Nakamura, as alluding to foul play.
Yep.
And then it goes on more. So there's more of these, more of these. I'm not going to read through all of them, but basically all of these are pretty much reinforcing the same idea.
Yep.
Carlsen enlisted his new business partner, chess.com, and co-conspirator Nakamura to bolster his false accusation that Niemann cheated against him. Okay, so maybe there's going to be something here that is getting more into this collusion claim. After Carlsen succeeded in laying the groundwork against Niemann with his initial defamatory accusations of cheating, he unleashed the full force of his newly broadened media empire to publicly bolster those allegations and drown out any legitimate sources of opposition that demonstrated why Carlsen's allegations were untrue. Immediately after Carlsen announced his withdrawal from the Sinkfield Cup in a manner maliciously calculated to communicate to the world that Niemann had cheated during their match, Chess.com banned Niemann from its website, deleted Niemann's Slack account, and forbade Niemann from participating in any further Chess.com events. Okay, that can happen. That doesn't necessarily mean collusion. You got to show me something more. By design, the sudden ban at the precise time that Carlsen accused Niemann of cheating against him added instant credibility to Carlsen's false allegations and suggested that they were true. Otherwise, there would be no reason for Chess.com to suddenly ban Niemann immediately after he defeated Carlsen. I mean, they might not be doing that to assist the credibility of Carlsen's claims. They might be saying, oh, shoot, the world's #1 chess player has accused this guy of cheating and he's super serious about it. We better act swiftly. Whether that's the right decision or the wrong decision. I mean, this is another company, another corporation that has a reputation to keep. So, I mean, they may be saying, look, let's ban temporarily and we can always bring him back when things clear up. But for now, he's gone, right? And none of that, by the way, indicates any sort of communication between chess.com and Carlsen. To bolster this unprecedented joint ban, which effectively blacklisted Niemann from professional chess, Nakamura leveraged his platform as chess.com's top streamer and credibility as a top chess player to engage in an all-out blitz of defamatory accusations to further confirm that Carlsen accused Niemann of cheating and to make it appear that those accusations are true. I'm having a hard time with this word confirm. To confirm that Carlsen accused Niemann. So every journalist that's writing about this thing is confirming that Carlsen accused Niemann of cheating. That doesn't mean anything. That's not a republication of defamation. That's saying this guy said this thing about him.
It's going to how people understood the comments. So it's going to show that that's how those were understood, which I like it for that reason.
Sure. Yeah, I would agree with that. But it looks like, what he's trying to get at here is that Nakamura, he leveraged his platform basically to lend credibility to Carlsen's claims here. And I don't see anything about that so far. First, on September 5th, 2022, Nakamura stated numerous times during one of his widely viewed streaming videos that it was very obvious, quote unquote, that Carlsen withdrew from the Sinkfield Cup because Niemann had cheated during their match. Here's one quote: Magnus did not withdraw because he was pissed at losing the game. Let's put it that way. I mean, I've played with Magnus for the last 20 years. He did not withdraw because he lost the game. Here's another quote. I mean, it's pretty obvious why Magnus withdrew. It's very obvious why he withdrew, and that there's no doubt in my mind why he withdrew. No doubt, zero doubt. I already said it. Magnus literally posted a video saying, if I speak, I'm in big trouble. Yeah, it's very clear what he's implying. There's no doubt in my mind.
I like it because, again, it's showing this is how the message was understood. Not only can it be understood this way, it was understood this way. It was understood by someone prominent in the chess world to be an accusation of cheating. So to show the defamatory meaning, I like it very much. To show Hikaru Nakamura's liability, no.
Agreed. I mean, there's nothing so far that has been alleged here that indicates that anything that Nakamura said on his live streams is any different than what any of the journalists that any of the publications that were cited, that were quoted in this complaint said.
Exactly right. Exactly so. Exactly so.
Second, as the formerly second highest ranked chess player in the world who touted his inside knowledge regarding chess.com, Nakamura knew that if he accused Niemann of cheating or stated that he believed Niemann cheated, the public would assume that those accusations and or opinions were based on his inside knowledge and expertise in chess, and thus should be credited as true. I don't agree with that statement. It depends on how he phrased it.
I don't even understand the statement on some level. Like, yes, he's obviously an expert. So if he has an opinion, his opinion is informed by his expertise, but he's still allowed to have an opinion. It doesn't even make sense on its own merits. Yes, if he made an opinion, I would take his opinion far more seriously than a rando. Right.
Yeah, take
So
his
what?
opinion with way more weight on something like this over mine.
Right.
I have some understanding of chess, definitely not at that level. So he's the expert in that regard of like, does this seem fishy? I would listen to him more than I would listen to me. That makes sense. But so it's like, what, so, is he not allowed to have an opinion as to what happened at the Sinkfield Cup then? That doesn't make any sense to me.
Nope.
So, and even if, so, okay, so he knows that people are going to listen to him. If he says something, if he formulates an opinion and he states that opinion to the public, that's not illegal either. That's not unlawful.
No.
So
It's not unlawful law.
Unlawful law. So if he's going to get to some point where he quotes Nakamura specifically as saying like, oh, I know some things and I can't say it, but I know these things, and and that's why I know that this is true. If he has some kind of quote like that, then yeah, that could be suggestive of certain factual pieces that he can't talk about that he's basing that on. But if he's showing literally all of his homework and he's explaining to the public why he came to that particular conclusion, there's nothing that's being held behind the scenes for people to just assume that what he said is true. And he's just doing a straightforward analysis. To bolster that credibility, Nakamura made several false and defamatory statements suggesting that he had such specialized knowledge not known to the public, further proving that Carlsen's accusations against Niemann were true. Okay, so this could go into it. I said it, now let's read it. I've heard similar accusations from a lot of different chess players in regard to Niemann's over-the-board shots. I'm obviously not going to say names, but these people I know, these are people I know, people that I respect, very prominent people in the chess community. Okay. I will say I'm always a little bit suspicious when I see some recharacterizations in brackets like this, the similar accusations. I would much rather see the full quote, because that way it looks like something that we can trust a little bit more. But there's a lot of ellipses, there's a lot of brackets, and I don't necessarily trust that. I heard about this directly from someone in St. Louis, one of the players during the Rapid and Blitz, who said that they're basically certain that Hans has done something, and then Magnus withdraws from the tournament. So it's very, very strange. He's just saying that someone else that he knows has an opinion.
Yeah.
There's nothing wrong with that statement.
Nope.
Niemann's explanation of how he beat Carlsen is complete nonsense. It's just not possible because this is such an obscure line. Sorry, there's no way you're looking at it to this degree. Okay, that's literally an analysis and an opinion.
Yep.
I'll just say this as someone who has played a lot of games. If you're super prepared and you look at something that morning, you blitz out the first 20 moves. If you looked at it that morning, you just blitz out all the moves. You don't pretend, you don't use 12 minutes. You use like 3 to 4 minutes on one specific move. That's how that works. He's talking about, he's analyzing from his experience. That's also not defamatory.
Nope.
This is weird. The analysis by Niemann is not 2700 level analysis. This is not 2700 level analysis. Like Alejandro's outplaying him as the interviewer. Alejandro's not even using the engine and he's outplaying him.
Yeah, that last statement seems to reflect a general consensus in the chess community from what I can tell. And so, yeah, that's his opinion. That seems to reflect the general opinion that his explanations seemed like he didn't really understand what he was doing, or that just didn't, it's not
Yeah.
how a person would normally explain it.
Which none of these statements that we've just gone through indicate anything like, oh, I know what he did, right?
No,
This
these
is
are all
talking
these
about,
are all opinions.
these
He's
are
saying,
all,
okay, here's what Niemann said. I don't think that's an opinion at a 2700 level. That's a straight up opinion.
and that's
And he's
based on his
and it's
experience.
an informed opinion, because he would
Exactly.
he would have more basis for that opinion than I would. I don't know if it's 2700 analysis. I have no idea what that looks like.
Yeah. Yeah. And so, you know, he as someone who has experience in this area, he's allowed to talk about these things from his experience. There's nothing wrong with coming from your level of expertise, your background that you've spent a lot of time in and you're really good at, to be able to do an analysis and say, I disagree with that. I disagree with what Niemann is saying here. I think this is shady. I think this is complete nonsense. I think, you know, and then also saying like, hey, look, this is, you know, this is very strange because, you know, someone else said that they're certain about this whole thing. That's gossip, right? Like that's not saying I know that this is the case because of some information that I can't tell you. That's not the same thing. Yeah, I'm increasingly anti Niemann in this defamation case.
Sure.
During that same streaming video, Nakamura also republished a tweet from an account named Unsubstantiated Chess Rumors, falsely stating that top players know that Niemann had been banned twice on chess.com for cheating, which statement Nakamura falsely presented as fact, claiming this is a legitimate tweet.
Don't care.
Okay. Okay. During his stream the next day on September 6, 2022, Nakamura continued to amplify Carlsen's allegations and reiterated that his own specialized knowledge proved that Carlsen's accusations were true. He's allowed to.
He has played 300,000 games of chess. He's a little well informed.
Yeah, exactly. Give me 1 second while I transfer to the other headphones because my earbuds are dying on me. I've been streaming for so long. There we go. Perfect. Okay. All right. Cool. Got it. Okay. So yeah, there's so far nothing here that's out of bounds. This is something that has been going on for a long time. I've heard from many different people. And when Magnus is a world champion, essentially, I think, is saying there's something weird going on here, you start to look at it a little bit differently. Why would Magnus say this if there's literally no hard proof? Like I said, amongst grandmasters, this rumor's been around forever. I've heard it. I've summarily dismissed it many different times, but actual top players are saying stuff now. So, I mean, just acknowledging the fact that there have been rumors about Niemann cheating is not defamatory. That's you are saying that there's a rumor that exists. Why would Magnus? Yeah, right. Why would Magnus say this if there's literally no hard proof? Like I said, amongst grandmasters, this rumor's been around forever. I've heard it. I've summarily dismissed it. Yeah, it's.
But then again, this goes to the idea that Magnus is, in his statement, relaying that he has hidden information.
Yeah.
Why would Magnus say that there's literally no hard proof?
Yeah.
He's saying Magnus must have hard proof. Therefore, he understands the messages to convey.
Yeah.
That he has hard proof. Thus, we have the makings of defamation by implication.
Yep.
So this is why I continue to think it's like, yeah, we probably have enough to get us to discovery for Magnus.
Yeah, I think so.
And then
But so
God
far,
knows what happens next.
So far, Nakamura is totally out at this point. I've seen
No.
literally nothing here that says that Nakamura should be in this lawsuit.
No.
Nakamura's statements were false and defamatory, including because Niemann did not cheat against Carlsen in the September 4th, 2022 Sinkfield Cup match, and because Niemann had not previously been banned twice on chess.com for cheating. Wait, I thought he had. Didn't he admit it?
I don't know. I think maybe he was only banned once, but it's like it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter
Yeah.
because there's no this goes to one of these principles in defamation law where there's no difference between the allegedly false statement and the pleaded truth. If the allegedly false statement is he was banned twice and the pleaded truth is I was only banned once, no one cares.
Yeah.
Because it doesn't create a different perception in the listener's mind. So
Yeah.
no one cares. So it doesn't matter.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Okay. Yet, as Nakamura well knew, his reputation as one of the world's top chess players allowed him to hurl these false and completely unsubstantiated accusations against Niemann, and the public would regard them as fact.
Nope.
I don't agree with that so far.
Not buying that.
No, not at all. In response to Carlsen and Nakamura's accusations, Niemann gave an interview unequivocally denying that he had cheated in his Sinkfield Cup match against Carlsen on September 4th, 2022, or in any other FIDE-sanctioned event. During that interview, Niemann, hoping to set the record straight, also responded to Nakamura's accusations of online cheating in recreational games by candidly admitting that when he was 12 and 16 years old, he had regrettably used a chess engine, a computer program designed to calculate the optimal chess move in any given situation, in a handful of non-FIDE sanctioned recreational chess matches he played online on chess.com. Niemann expressed deep remorse for using a chess engine in these chess.com games, calling it the worst mistake of his life. And then there's a sub.
Right. I got to take this opportunity to leave because I have a thing at 1. I think it's going to last for about a half hour, 45 minutes. If you're still on, I'll come back.
Okay, sounds good. Yeah, we're still just waiting on the press conference.
Yeah,
but
I'll have
thanks,
to catch
Kurt.
that one later. Talk to you later.
All
Bye.
right, see ya. All right. So, okay. Then continuing through this, this is looking worse and worse for Niemann the more that I go through this. Just days later, chess.com and Rensch piled on their own false accusations regarding Niemann's online chess play at chess.com. These false accusations were specifically designed to depict Niemann as a serial cheater and thus reinforce Carlsen's accusations that Niemann cheated against him over the board at the FIDE-sanctioned Sinkfield Cup. Specifically, on September 8th, 2022, at 6:58 p.m., Rensch caused chess.com's Twitter account to post the following statement. It says, "Dear chess community, the last few days have been tumultuous for many in the chess community. At this time, we have reached out to Hans Niemann to explain our decision to privately remove him from chess.com and our events. We have shared detailed evidence with him concerning our decision, including information that contradicts his statement regarding the amount and seriousness of his cheating on chess.com. We have invited Hans to provide an explanation and response with the hope of finding a resolution where Hans can participate on chess.com. We want nothing more than to see the best chess players in the world succeed in the greatest events. We will always act to protect the integrity of the game that we all love. Danny Rensch, Chief Chess Officer, chess.com. Chess.com and Rensch's above statement is false. Niemann did not lie about the amount and seriousness of his cheating on chess.com. Oh, and okay, hang on, guys. I'm going to stop the screen. I'm going to share it here. We've got a press conference. Okay.
I know.
Okay, come on. Play.
So there was another family member.
Let me boost it. It's super quiet.
So you guys would have to take the picture. Amber Konke, Amber Kohnke. She's a mother of one of the juvenile victims. She'll also be speaking. I'll start from the beginning. Kohnke. So everybody else, the previous 4. So thanks, Jim. The previous 4 are still going. Sue Opper, Chief Thompson, David Sorensen. And then
we'll take a few questions after that. And I'll do introductions as soon as the family members come down here.
You're going to moderate the questions? Okay, thank you.
Okay, this is as loud as it'll go. I think it's because he's not at the mic. So he's not the one giving the statement at the press conference.
Do you want me to run upstairs and for Carrie? I didn't bring my phone. But
Ryan.
Oh, good. You guys are all staying together. Where's the floor?
So they're basically arranging everybody for the press conference.
Yeah, we'll go right you four right away. And then
Come on, Pepper.
do you want to wake Pepper?
you guys set this up for
Yes.
gold stars for everyone.
Oh, there's a doggo. That always makes me happy to see.
Yeah, let's because these camera guys come on in over here.
Hey. So they haven't quite started yet, but we're gearing up for the press conference.
All right, now I can hear you.
Oh, okay. I don't know why, if it's just me or if everybody else is this way, but I'm only getting sound in one ear on this video. I don't know if it's like, if it's just like not in stereo. I'm not sure what's happening.
Maybe can you guys move that a little bit? Okay, you guys look at that big screen. You can't see your
Sandra Ramirez, thanks so much for gifting 5 Legal Bites memberships. So kind and generous of you, gifting out more memberships again. Very, very kind, very generous. Thank you. Thank you. And to everybody that has now been gifted a membership, welcome to Bike Club. I hope you can join us on Friday for our Bike Club member exclusive live stream. Ah, thank you, Sandra. Thank you.
Pepper, jump on my shoulders. All right, I'll go on you whenever you're ready.
Now here's a question. Is this doggo going to be good the entire time? Because if it was Indy,
All right, thank you.
she would not
Good
be.
afternoon, everyone. We're here to have a press conference to discuss some of the events that happened today. Speaking today will be District Attorney Sue Opper, Chief Dan Thompson of the Waukesha Police Department. Also, David Sorensen, which is the husband of Virginia Ginny Sorensen, Tyler Pudliner, he's a Waukesha South band member, and Amber Conkey, a mother of one of the juvenile victims. Also present with us today is County Executive Paul Farrell, the prosecution team consisting of Leslie Basie, Zach Witchow, Detective Tom Casey from the Waukesha Police Department, Detective Ryan Rugland from the Waukesha Sheriff's Office, and paralegal Christy Giese. Also to my right, your left, is Jen Dunn and Carrie Peterson from the Waukesha County District Attorney Victim Witness, and with our comfort dog Pepper, who have played an integral role with our crime victims throughout this whole process. To that,
Good.
Sue Opper.
I love comfort dogs.
I wish we had a crime
Thank you.
dog in my county.
First and foremost, our thoughts and concerns remain with the victims involved in this tragedy and their families. Although the defendant devastated our community, the people of the city of Waukesha, Waukesha County, and beyond demonstrated tremendous resiliency. We are so grateful for the first responders, citizens, and medical professionals who sprang into action and immediately rendered aid and saved so many lives that day. We appreciate the jury for their work and dedication to justice. We commend the police officers and citizen witnesses who testified or were prepared to testify and asked to relive the events of that horrific day. We are satisfied that this defendant has been held accountable for his actions. He now faces imprisonment of 6 consecutive life sentences plus 859 years of confinement. There is much healing ahead for the victims and for our community, but we hope today's result is a step further along that path. Remain strong, Waukesha. Thank you.
Waukesha Police Chief Dan Thompson.
Thank you. 2 days we'll never forget. November 21 of 2021, on that tragic day, and October 26th of 2022. Why October 26th? Because justice was served today. I want to say thank you and praises to this community. I want to say thank you in the resiliency and strength of the families and victims who were involved in it and were impacted by this event. The investigation team, I want to send a personal thank you to the district attorney's office, Sue Opper, Leslie, Zach, and everyone on that team who assisted in this successful prosecution. I want to say thank you to the jury and the court process and the court proceedings and everyone that's involved in the court who found this defendant guilty, which is just and right. That defendant's actions did not define this great community. It refined us in our resolve and our strength in being Waukesha strong. Thank you.
David.
Thank you. I'm David Sorensen. These are my two sons. Justice was served for my wife, Virginia Sorensen, my three children, and the whole Sorensen clan. Thank you very much to the people that did this court case. We appreciate it. Sean or Marsha wants to say one little thing.
We've been praying for this day for a long time, and this morning my 5-year-old daughter came up to me and handed me this necklace with my mom's ashes in it, and she told me to take my mom with us for the sentencing. So she was with us today, and I just want to thank everyone for what they did today. And one last thing, my mom always used to tell us when we were kids in our family that she always said, angels watch over you guys. So I just want to say angels watch over you guys and turn on those blue lights tonight.
Thank you.
I want to first thank the prosecution team. They were the one that got us to this point. I'm thankful for all their support along the way and getting us to this day. It's been a difficult day. I know that this will give us healing. This is another step forward in this process. We've been resilient all the way through. One of the things that I've said so much throughout this is that we're stronger than him, and it's been proven today. It's just another step forward in the process. So I want to thank Sue, Zach, Leslie, all those guys for their hard work, Jen and her staff, and especially those first responders that has been brought up. They are the ones that especially kept me here, gave us a second chance, and they've kept our community strong. So yeah, Waukesha strong. As Marshall said, he touched on it. Keep those blue lights on tonight. Thank you, everybody.
Just want to say that I'm very happy with the verdicts and that, you know, justice has been served today. I would just like to thank everybody, the first responders, the DA and the judge, all the law enforcement, everybody who was involved, especially those who were very much involved with my family and the support system that we have had. It's been amazing to see how wonderful this community has been to pull together for all of those who were hurt that night.
Thank you. With that, we'll take a few questions.
I'm struck
those
by
available for questions will be Chief
the
Thompson
love
and
that
District
people
Attorney
have
Sue Opper. So
in their
I'll start right
messaging.
here, TMJ4.
Mhm. These
would you
grieving
like to direct your
families.
question to? Sue, come on up.
How are you and your team
Well,
feeling right now?
It's obviously quite satisfying that Mr. Brooks has been found guilty and held accountable for his actions. as many of these victims have said, this is a joyous day for that reason. It's also the point where we hope everyone can move on from. The support that we've gotten as this case wore on day after day was tremendous. And we're very relieved. I guess that's the best word, is relief.
Hillary?
I saw you get a tear in your eye when they were talking about Virginia's ashes. You spoke about
Yep.
what this meant to you and the victims. How do you begin to describe what it was like going up against Brooks, defending, representing himself? Did that change your strategy? How did you get through all that?
Yeah. I mean, legally, it changed our strategy, certainly,
Talking about
because
the strategy of dealing with Brooks.
if there's an appeal, we have to do, he can make a mistake in the courtroom and get a new trial. And we have to pay the price for that. We, the state, and we, the victims. So it's changed our strategy in that we had to make sure, and Judge Darrell did as well, the record was very thorough, very complete, and we didn't miss anything. But as far as handling the actual court proceedings, we felt very, very offended by his behavior, his disrespect of the court, the decorum, the families, his insulting the judge, his challenging the judge. That's not the way our system is designed. That was intentional on his part. We truly believe that. He did everything he can except claim that the dog ate his homework. And he tried to turn this into his story. Let's talk about Mr. Brooks and his family. And we just kept redirecting it back to the real focus here is our families, our victims, our community, and his responsibility for this destruction.
58.
What was the most challenging part, and how did you keep your patience through all of it?
How did you keep your patience?
Again, it wasn't a difficult case factually, and I don't mean to sound, overly confident in that, but this case was unique because the activity was videotaped, right? And so, whereas most cases we have to rely on eyewitness accounts or other ways to prove the case, we had videograph evidence of his behavior all up and down that crime scene and throughout the neighborhood. So that way, it wasn't difficult. Again, the difficulty and the challenges we faced was what nonsense was going to come out of his mouth next. And we were anticipating much of what would come next and being ready legally with case law and legal authority to be able to respond to that. So I think that was the hardest thing. The investigation was so thorough, so well done that we knew the facts were solid. It was just making sure the record and the presentation was done legally accurate.
We'll do Fox Local.
So what went into your decision to perhaps minimize the number of direct witnesses that went up on that stand? And I wonder, did you expect any of these antics if that went into your decision?
Yes, it did. So obviously we didn't know until very late that he'd be representing himself. But we as a team set out from day one, and this was months and months ago when he still had attorneys, we vowed we would not put children on the stand. Absolutely. It wasn't necessary. Again, there were plenty of other ways to tell this story without asking a child to testify in a courtroom and relive
That would be
this
so
very,
traumatic.
very extreme, tragic situation. So that was a commitment we made as a team months ago, and we stuck by that. Certainly, as we learned his antics, we reevaluated, and we would discuss it every night as a team: is who are we going to use tomorrow, and do we really need this person? Because we were so, again, not personally offended, but professionally offended that he would insult the process and insult the victims, accuse them of financial gain for their testimony, things like that. It was just so offensive that we definitely were conscious of that in our decision making, and how can we minimize this for the best of everyone, but still provide a compelling story. So yes, it did definitely play a factor.
Or TV.
There were so many victims' families inside the courtroom every day, sitting behind you. How much did that motivate you and your team, and how you present mentioned them, and have you been able to speak to any of them that aren't here
Yes. The motivation we received from those families was tremendous. And we knew, again, from the point when Mr. Brooks chose to represent himself, this was going to be a marathon. We talked about that many times as a team, that we just need to keep moving forward every day, whatever that looked like. But what motivated us was these families that are behind me, a lot of them. And we thought of those mothers and fathers sitting in hospital rooms with their children and the ongoing care that they're still physically healing from and certainly emotionally healing from. And that motivated us tremendously. But you couldn't meet a nicer group of people. I mean, that's the thing, is I'm not surprised, having lived in Waukesha for 35 years, that they're good people here. And they would ask us, how are you doing? Do you guys need anything? Which was really phenomenal. They were a tremendous group of people to work for. And it was our honor to represent them and be a voice for them in the court.
Yesterday, it seemed you threw Darrell Brooks a little bit of a lifeline when it came to just him presenting.
I wish they gave them a mic.
What made you go that route to allow him and then just object to what he was saying?
That was strategic for the appeal, to be very blunt. I wasn't throwing a lifeline to Mr. Brooks. I really had no interest in hearing what he had to say because I heard all of his lies and stories so far. So that was just trying to do what was legally
Probably talking about the
at the
closing
moment.
argument,
And
allowing
I frankly
him
wasn't
the
sure it was
opportunity.
going to work because he was so difficult with Judge Darrell. But in the end, it did work. He got to blurt out what he wanted to blurt, and then the judge struck that from the record, and we were able to move on. So I was glad that that was the result. But we talked about it at the prosecution table and came up with that idea of let's offer this again, just to protect the record for the appeal.
Jim.
What caught you by surprise?
Again, his absolute disrespect and dishonor to the victims, the community, and the court process.
I'll do Brian from the Freeman, and then two more for, we'll do CBS, and then, where are you from? Okay, those are the last three. So go, Brian, you got one?
Yeah, there's been some discussion since the verdict was announced that perhaps the decision to represent himself is grounds for appeal. Are you concerned at all about that?
Well, Mr. Brooks has a right to an appeal. Every defendant does. And I fully expect him to take advantage of his rights as a convicted defendant in this case. I am very confident in the record that Judge Darrell made and his decision to represent himself. Yes.
Go ahead.
What do you think about the length of time that the jury took to deliberate? Short, long, and surprised?
We were not. We talked about it last night. And frankly, I know a lot of you were here too. We were all, by the time we got to that 8 o'clock mark, we were exhausted. And when they said they wanted to go home and rest, we were thankful, quite frankly, because we all felt the same way. It's such an emotionally draining day. And to get through all that and the nonstop banter from Mr. Brooks, it's taxing. You all witnessed it yourself.
Yeah, it is.
So we were grateful. We thought they gave it good thought because they went out around 6:30. Their dinner was there immediately, right? So jurors are human beings. They get a nice meal. They got a little time to talk. And then they decided, let's rest. Let's sleep on it. Always a good option for decision-making for anybody, right? Get a good night's sleep on it and come back the next day. And then, they worked again for about another hour this morning. And with the quality of the investigation in this case, we think the verdict was fair. The timing was spot on.
Go ahead.
There's a lot of people who are here today, of course, and a lot of people who are also at the parade, on the day of the parade, who aren't here. In closing, what do you want to say to them at the end of this process?
Well, I hope some of you caught the flavor of that. You cannot imagine until you saw some of those videos how horrific it would have been to stand there and watch that, especially when your children And some of these witnesses testified to that. They couldn't find their children, right?
Ugh.
And that's not just people who were struck. That there was many citizens who could not find their own child for a period of time. So just unbelievable. But once the car went through and everybody had that initial, the way the citizens of this community punched in, there's no other word for it. The nurses, the doctors, the EMTs, the paramedics, anybody who knew anything about how to apply a Band-Aid walked into that street and treated those people. So that was another source of strength for us, right? Is if they could do that, we can get through this.
As we move on to the next phases of the judicial process, I'm sure that people will be readily available to provide comment as we get into, we have a court hearing on Monday at 1 o'clock, I believe, for scheduling. And I think then we're going to go into the sentencing phase and we'll know more about that. People here behind me will make themselves available for you, I'm pretty much sure, as this goes on. But as of right now, we're going to end it and allow people to be with their families. And definitely this prosecution team needs some much needed rest and some time away from this courthouse. So thank you all very much for being here today.
All right.
If we could make a line so I can allow these people up. Thank you.
All right.
Can you imagine though, if like, I'm so glad they chose not to call any children. I mean, imagine Brooks questioning, cross-examining a child.
Jesus.
Like that, like makes me physically ill.
It does. It does. Yeah. Yeah. No, it would have, I mean, because already going through the experience is traumatizing, obviously. Having to live through that on the stand in a respectful proceeding is also traumatizing. Having to do it with someone questioning you on cross-examination like Darrell Brooks is beyond the pale.
Well, and it's the person, it is the monster. You don't just have to sit there and look at it. You have to
interact
with it.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Oh man.
I did for everyone. I like looked at it and I broke down, the time stuff like that. So people have asked, I have seen different chat stuff like that. I was trying not to interrupt, them speaking, but there had been conversations, things like that, parole. First of all, just as a general matter, Wisconsin doesn't have parole. So if you look at the criminal complaint in this case, or the information, or, if you look at the penalty structures for crimes in Wisconsin, like the maximum penalty is a combination of initial incarceration plus extended supervision. So for example, on the recklessly endangering safeties, the maximum penalty normally at first degree recklessly endangering safety is 12 years and 6 months, but since it had the use of a dangerous weapon enhancer, that ups it to 17 years and 6 months. That 17 years and 6 months is not just incarceration. It's a combination of incarceration plus supervision after the fact. There's no ability to get paroled in Wisconsin. You have to serve at least 80 to 85% of your sentence to even petition for early release. And then that additional time gets handed out to extended supervision. So, I mean, when Opper said the amount of time we're looking at, that's actually just the amount of incarceration. So, because I looked at the number of years, if we discount the life sentences, maximum penalty is 1,411 years in the Wisconsin State Prison total, including incarceration and confinement. So, 12 of those counts have mandatory minimum sentences of 5 years. So even, people have talked about, what could a good attorney have done in this situation, stuff like that is, completely disregarding intentional homicide. We're looking at the additional things as I discounted all of that in that information. So, I mean, people have asked, what could a good attorney done in this? I mean, and Mark and I actually talked about that right before I came on here. We still think that the only thing you possibly could have done is, lesser included on those homicides, get them down to reckless, but you're still dealing with all these other charges. So that was really, the only room for even having an attorney. I think they're the only effect they would have had is, you're looking at those specific 6 first-degree intentional homicide charges, meaning maybe lesser included of reckless. But he still has 1,411 years of exposure on the other counts. So, yeah, it's just the way that Wisconsin's bifurcated system works. That 800 number is just the maximum number of actual incarceration time in prison. So, I mean, even if we're not looking at the life sentences, I mean, he's got 6 life sentences plus 1,411 years of control by the Wisconsin state prison system, regardless of whether it is in prison or out.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. So I mean, I wonder if he had a conversation with his attorneys before he fired them and moved on his own. Maybe he had a conversation with them and they were like, "Look, there's not much that we can do here to really help you. You
I mean,
are up shit's creek."
That's kind of the situation I'm thinking about it as well. Is he didn't have a shot to get out of this. I mean, if you just look at in general, like I said, the homicide and use of vehicle or homicide controlled substance, those are things that are very hard to get past. So the fact that there was controlled substance in his blood and that 6 people died, he's looking at least a mandatory minimum of 5 years in prison on each of those. So even if we're just looking at those 6 counts, let alone the additional 72 other ones or whatever, how many there are, he still would have had mandatory minimum of 30 years in prison. So I think at this point in time, it's you're screwed either way. I think he probably just was like, well, I'm going to go out on my terms.
Yeah, I think so. Because if he was like, what risk do I really have in this? I might as well make
it's
it a
like, I'm
kangaroo
going to
court.
get my life in jail regardless.
Yeah.
I mean, it is very unfortunate that, for the victims in the court and the process and all of this, that was the reality.
Yeah.
Though, I mean, it was kind of we just have to get through it.
And so here's a question for you from Sofelv. Sorry. It says, question for Natalie. Those years can't be done simultaneously. They are added together.
Potentially. They can potentially, but that depends upon the judge's discretion. So if the judge wanted to sentence him to concurrent time on counts, she could. When we think about things in criminal defense, when we look at exposure, we look at the maximum possible time. And that's assuming that everything is consecutive, because that is really the ultimate, what is the worst possible case scenario, not the worst likely case scenario, but the worst possible case scenario is going to be those counts. And I don't think this is a situation where the judge is probably going to be ordering him concurrent time.
Yeah. Yeah.
And even if she did, it doesn't matter.
Because there's so much to keep him there for the rest of his life.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, okay. Well,
and that's, just for everyone's, trajectory looking forward. So there looks like there's a scheduling consult scheduled on Monday. So generally what happens in the state of Wisconsin, even in homicide cases like this, if it's a felony sentence, there's something called like a pre-sentence report, pre-sentence investigation. It's called the PSI in the state of Wisconsin. And even though there's really not a point in it as far as what the DOC does is makes a recommendation for a sentence based upon like statistical consideration charts and stuff like that. It's supposed to be, completely devoid in a way of looking at the, specific parts of it. It's supposed to be a little bit detached. But as part of that, they interview the defendant, they take victim witness statements, they go over the person's behavioral history, their family history, their substance abuse history, their correctional history, their sexual history, all of these things that might be relevant or not. And even in a homicide case where, he's convicted of something with a mandatory life sentence, he's still, the judge still has discretion on the other counts. So what the PSI is going to do is give a recommendation on each count what it thinks the judge should sentence people to. So, just the amount of time in this case, considering the victims, I think it's going to be a while till we get to sentencing because, this is the opportunity that all these other victims and stuff, people who didn't want to come to court for whatever reason or couldn't, can contribute. They write, this PSIs are usually between like 19 and 30 pages. This one's probably going to be in the hundreds, I would think. Just if you think about how many victim impact statements are going to be involved in this.
Yeah. Yeah. So this would be, they wouldn't be getting up and actually reading them themselves. They would be writing them ahead of time and then providing them to the
The
court.
DOC, the person, they either do it like that or they talk to the person on the phone. The Department of Corrections is the one who ultimately makes the document, but they take, impact from all these other things.
Okay. All right.
I mean, and they could theoretically, it's basically anyone who is conceivably a victim has allowed to make a statement in this document. And I mean, it's usually sealed, but it does preserve everybody's statements for the record. So it is important to a lot of people. It's like, this is my opportunity to make a statement, even if I'm not saying it out loud. So I imagine there's going to be a lot of stuff in that.
I would imagine so too. I would imagine if I were a family member, I would be writing a very long missile.
Or even just a spectator there. I mean,
yeah, fair point. Saying like, my family wasn't even harmed technically. Like we weren't physically touched by the car, but my kids are having nightmares. My kids are afraid of certain Christmas songs now.
Yeah, I was
now,
gonna say dancing
Christmas
grannies make me have a panic attack. Like, there are so many other collateral
I see a red
consequences.
SUV and it worries me, like these are things that can impact someone that was there that wasn't even hit by the car. Yeah. So there was a question in the chat about whether he can appeal. He does have a right to an appeal.
Oh, I did see somebody about that. They'd asked with his right to appeal. So, and this also goes with, the state was like, serving his subpoenas and stuff for him. I mean, that's just kind of like a matter of courtesy to make life easier for the court that the state's involved in that type of thing. So, I mean, it's more if the state hadn't volunteered to do it, the court would have had to effectively impose the responsibility and had the sheriff's office do it. I mean, I've seen that before in pro se cases where the prosecutors volunteer because it's, taking something away from the court's responsibility. It kind of makes them a little more favorable to you. But, with that, so what happens is he can't file anything until he's sentenced. He will file a document. It's a form that's in every courtroom in the county or in the state. And it's the notice of intent to pursue post-conviction relief. You file that document and then a notice of intent to appeal. And that can just be a form. The court will, as a matter of duty, forward it to the public defender's office, and then the public defender's office has to take it from there.
All right.
So, and they usually, in that situation, they reassess everybody for whether they're indigent or not, and they have to find somebody. I don't know if they're a staff attorney. I mean, it seems like there are some interesting appeal issues. They might keep it in the upper echelons of the public defender just for the principle of the matter of some appeal things, because the public defender's office does do that sometimes, even with terrible cases. It's the, this is a terrible case, but somebody's got to do it. And we believe these underlying principles are more important. So, I mean, I imagine it might stay in, kind of the upper levels of the SPD, appellate division, but I mean, I have a hard time seeing it overturned.
Same. And the record was so thoroughly filled out throughout this entire trial, and she gave every possible opportunity for things to happen, for things to go properly. I don't see any real basis for an appeal to succeed in this case.
Well, not with a trial and not with the amount of evidence. There's just too much evidence. There's not going to be, everything's going to be harmless error.
Yeah. Yes, exactly. So what do you anticipate that we'll see from Judge Doro at the sentencing? I know there's a question about if people will be strict on Brooks now from here on out.
I imagine it's probably going to be a whole day, because she's going to want to give the people the opportunity. There are going to be people who want to speak in person. how I've seen things go in multiple homicide cases is, you know, like I said, the PSI statement is some people will elect to read what they wrote in the PSI aloud because it makes them more comfortable than, you know, they're just going off the cuff. So it'll be, you know, very similar to what is actually written in the PSI. But I mean, the only way I could see them possibly limiting any time in this is maybe like one representative per family or a victim, something like that. But
Yeah.
you still have so many people affected. I mean,
Yeah.
it's going to take at least a day.
Yeah, I would agree with that. And I think as far as his courtroom antics are concerned, I think that she's going to be much more strict
Oh, yes,
with him
absolutely.
because there's
Absolutely.
no, like, his trial is done. It's done.
Mhm.
Like, the justice has been served as for the obligations of the state to him in
Mhm.
that regard. So now we're going through the proceedings that are more relevant to the victims' families, right? So she's going to have much more opportunity to be super strict with this dude, and I think that she's more likely to come out with allowing far less nonsense than
Oh,
what she allowed
absolutely.
before.
I mean, he has the right to allocution specifically. He has the right to speak. And this is a situation now that it's done with. I can see her just muting him. That's the thing, is you mute him and you let him scream, because at this point in time, it's, you know, is what it is. He can't really say anything in sentencing that he hasn't already said because he made a sentencing argument at closing. So
Fair point. So, I think for me that probably about does it for
yeah.
today.
And I got to
It's
get some
been
stuff done, but
okay.
it's
Well, thanks
always
so much for
wonderful
joining me. This
seeing
has
it.
been
Yeah.
great, and giving once again some more Wisconsin specific knowledge of how these things work. I really appreciate you popping in one last time
Oh, of course.
to answer some of these questions. Yeah, so Secret Mix Squirrel has been linking to Natalie's Twitter account in the chat, so I should have put that in because I know I usually just put your name in the description when I
Oh, I don't
tag
care.
everybody else that has a YouTube channel, but I should put your Twitter account. So
You
if
just
you
put
guys
my
are
Twitter. I
interested,
mean, my
follow
pug
her
is
on Twitter.
so cute.
What's that?
My pug is so cute. If you and
That's
Kitty,
right.
I just like animals and Muppets, basically. So
This is one of the reasons why we're friends.
there we go. Excellent. Well,
So-
I'm also going to be I think are we both doing the thing Saturday with your brother?
Sunday, yes.
Sunday. Okay.
Yes.
Yes. So I will see you Sunday.
All
you can
right.
plug Andy the Game Maker's game after this. I'll let you do that on your own. But
Sounds great.
I'm kind of sad. Your brother and I just seem to like gif at each other all the time on Twitter.
That's
And like
normal.
I feel like I need to just like be a gif or something for that. I can't interact with your brother without gifs. So
No, yeah, no interacting without gifts. Just do the same thing on loop, which is very similar to what we've been watching in this trial. So you've got a model to follow if you really want to.
I could.
Okay. But yeah.
Everybody have a great day. Be well. And
Alrighty.
take some time for yourselves tonight, guys. Take a bath. It's like trauma can be experienced just by watching other people. Take care of yourselves, please.
Yeah, agreed. Thanks,
Bye.
Natalie. Take care. So, yes. So, like I said, that about does it for today. I could go through this complaint in the Niemann v. Carlsen case again, but I could go through it more, but I've basically got the gist of it. I think that basically is going to be about it for me today. This has been a wonderful experience, I should say, with all of you, as we have gone through this other case about this chess scandal, and also going through the verdict and seeing a successful verdict. Justice has prevailed. Justice has been done. So, I mean, obviously, nothing can bring back the people who died as a result of the massive automobile attack, we could say, in the Waukesha Christmas parade. And there's a lot of trauma that these people, these families, the all of the individuals who were there that day are still going through. But hopefully this can bring them some amount of peace, and that they can have some closure from this as well. So just like Natalie said, please do take care of yourselves and try to find some way to bring some light back into this universe to even if it's just moving the needle a tiny bit, trying to balance that scale just a little bit. And one last super chat. Andy, the game maker, thanks, says, I'm deeper than a GIF, Natalie. And with that, I will say on Sunday on this channel, we are going to have a fun day of zero law, maybe some lawyers. Well, definitely one other lawyer. Natalie's going to be with me. But I'm going to have a handful of folks on this channel to be playing the game developed by my brother, Andy, the game maker, called Crypto Cartel. We're going to play through it through Steam, and it's going to be a lot of fun. So you guys should join us, and we'll just be hanging out, joking around, and having a good time, and learning how to play my brother's game. So with that, thank you to everybody, of course, who joined me today throughout the day. Kurt spent so much time with me. Natalie came on as well. And I'm so thankful to both of them for coming on and like I said, hanging out, talking about law, talking about, both of these cases that we kind of bounced around between. Thanks so much to everybody who has been watching for the last almost 5 hours as well. All of you guys in the chat for engaging, for all the love and the support, and everyone for going through this very emotional experience together and kind of holding this space for one another. Really appreciate that. And of course, as always, thanks to the mods for helping to guide that conversation and to guide that space in a very beautiful and healthy way. I really appreciate you guys. I appreciate every single one of you. So with that, tomorrow we will have latest in the law. We will be getting caught up on some Masterson and some Weinstein. So more trials are happening. There's just so much law to talk about, you guys. Okay. With that, I will see you guys in the next video.